Like her knees don't even go underneath.
Get my phone because they're going to be calling.
Whoever wants to speak first, get ready to get up, and then the first one, the second person. And then kind of call it. Is there any other public speakers on the item? And your last person. But when he calls public hearing.
All right, here we go. Councilman. Ladies, they're live now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and shoot.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presentation portion of our Metropolitan Council meeting on this Wednesday, October 11, 2023 at 3:30 p.m. First up, we will have our Mayor President, Sharon Weston Broome, to recognize the Baton Rouge Community College's 25th anniversary and celebration of the 6th Chancellor, my friend, Dr. Willie Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. I have the privilege today to help mark the 25th anniversary of Baton Rouge Community College and to celebrate the dedicated leadership of its 6th Chancellor, as you just said, Dr. Willie Smith. BRCC has had a remarkable quarter century of commitment to excellence in education and the nurturing of a vibrant learning community. Since its inception in 1998, BRCC has remained steadfast in its mission to empower individuals to fortify the local workforce and contribute to significantly the growth of Baton Rouge. BRCC has added immeasurable value to our community's journey, igniting the educational aspirations of countless students who might not have embarked on the path to higher education otherwise. Dr. Willie Smith took the helm as Chancellor of BRCC in 2020, a period marked by the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Chancellor Smith, if any of you all know him, he is a very passionate, warm, and truly engaged chancellor here in the Baton Rouge community. His unwavering commitment to BRCC has been apparent from the very beginning, coupled with his tremendous passion for the work and, most importantly, the students. Under his stewardship, BRCC has experienced a revival of relevance, transforming the institution into a sought-after partner for businesses in our community and a place where students aspire to graduate. The faculty finds renewed purpose in their work, knowing they are affecting change under his leadership. Chancellor Smith, without a doubt, we acknowledge the tremendous work that you have done, your team, and we share your vision. You have become a beacon of inspiration to this community, to your staff, and to the faculty. And so we take immense pride in having Baton Rouge Community College as an invaluable institution and Chancellor Willie Smith as its esteemed leader. Would you please celebrate them this afternoon? Chancellor Winston. This is a certificate of commendation in celebration of the 25th anniversary of Baton Rouge Community College, but also in acknowledgement of your leadership and dedication to providing quality education and fostering a vibrant learning community. Your contributions have helped to make BRCC a leading community college in the nation, and we here in Baton Rouge are extremely grateful for your service. Why don't you say a few words, Chancellor, then we'll bring up your leadership team.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Temp and Councilman. Certainly, Mayor, thank you for those kind words. It's always refreshing to hear people talk about the great work that we do. But I just want to say thank you to this council and certainly, Mayor, for supporting BRCC. We are a community college. We want to be in the community to support the work that you guys do, but also the mayor and what this city stands for. I'm excited to be at the helm of BRCC, and on behalf of the faculty, staff, and students of Baton Rouge Community College, thank you, and we really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Next, we have Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome to recognize Louisiana National Guard Youth Challenge Program graduates. Mayor Broome.
So, a little over 2 weeks ago, council members, I had the distinct privilege of being part of a very special event that celebrated the achievements of over 100 young individuals from various corners of Louisiana. They were the graduates of the Louisiana National Guard Youth Challenge Program. And the ceremony took place right next door in our River Center Theater. The theater was filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement as hundreds of proud parents and family members gathered to witness this remarkable moment. It was a moment that made me truly appreciate the immense effort and determination these young men and women had put into their journey, and I couldn't help but feel immense pride in their accomplishments. For 3 decades, the Louisiana National Guard Youth Challenge Program has served as a beacon of hope and opportunity for young adults. During their time in this program, youth learned a fundamental truth. Success is not a handout. It's earned through commitment, resilience, and perseverance. They discovered the value of hard work, the power of unity, and the importance of surmounting obstacles. Several of the participants earned college credits, and collectively they dedicated more than 4,000 hours to beautification and community service projects. Recognizing the significance of their achievements, we extended an invitation to the Louisiana National Guard to bring 8 of our own East Baton Rouge Parish graduates here to the Metro Council. The achievements of the Youth Challenge program are nothing short of significant, and it is imperative that we make them fully aware of how vital these achievements are for their future success. As leaders in East Baton Rouge Parish, it is our duty to acknowledge and celebrate their accomplishments and to continually inspire them on their life's journey. I think we have more than 8 people here. We have 3 who are here today, but we have a whole group of the
Jobs Challenge or the graduates from Washington, they continue on the Jobs Challenge.
So everybody just come on down here so they can see. Everybody can come on down. But we have 3 of those graduates specifically. You all can come on down so they can see you. All, yes. Yeah. And 3 of the individuals of the 8 are here from the Baton Rouge community. So a certificate of commendation goes to Brianna Naquin, graduating from the Louisiana National Guard Youth Challenge Program. And we express our sincere congratulations. Brianna? Now, weren't you? Come on, I want to talk to Brianna. I'm having a sidebar with her over here because I remember her. She was the valedictorian. And what area are you from? Tell them a little bit, because one of these people may be your council members.
I'm from Central Louisiana.
Oh, Central, the city of Central? Mm-hmm. Okay, he's not here yet, so he missed out on you today. But we're gonna remind him that you were here. Also, Anaya Stiles. Congratulations, Anaya, for successfully completing the Louisiana National Guard Youth Challenge program. And what area are you from? You want?
I'm from Central Louisiana.
Okay. Okay. He's missing out on all of it. And last but not least, we have Jolie Yett. Congratulations, Jolie, on your. I know where it is. Come on, tell them where you're from. I was just up there the other day.
I'm from Pride. It's next to Central.
Pride is way up there a little bit sometimes. Well, let's celebrate all of these young people who have made some significant accomplishments. Do y'all want to share your plans, what you plan to do from here?
I'm already there.
You are?
I'm in the job challenge.
Okay. Tell them a little bit about what you're doing now.
I'm currently in an EMS program, learning to be a EMT.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be hired soon. Brianna?
I plan on applying to LSU to become a court reporter.
Great.
I plan on enlisting in the Marines within the next 7 months.
So we proudly recognize you today for your dedication and hard work. And we're going to ask the administrators of the program if you'll come up so we can see you and you can introduce yourselves as well.
All right. Councilmen, councilwomen, council. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Barry Raleigh. I am the director of the Youth Challenge program at the Gillis Lawn campus. We have 3 campuses, one in Minden, one in near Alexandria and Pineville, and then I'm the more southern campus here in the Baton Rouge area, right in Carville. If you're familiar with Gillis Lawn, it used to be the old Hanson Center. That's where our school campus is currently located. Thank you.
First Sergeant Natasha McZill. I'm the commandant of the Youth Challenge program. So I'm head of the cadre department who supervise the cadets 24/7, and I also oversee the welfare and safety of the cadets of the Youth Challenge program.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming today.
Next, we'll have Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome and Elena Branzaro, Mayor's Advisory Council on Veteran Affairs, Acting Chair Member, City of Baton Rouge Flag Policy.
Thank you. Today, I'm proud to introduce a new flag policy for the City of Baton Rouge and East Baton Rouge Parish. Our great city parish recognizes the diversity and range of departments operating within our boundaries, and it is essential that we have clear and consistent guidelines for displaying our flags with honor and respect. This policy is designed to establish the procedures and policies governing the flying and display of the official United States flag, the official Louisiana flag, and other flags at city parish governmental buildings. The primary goal is to ensure that all flags flown are in strict accordance with the laws and regulations that govern them. Each department with the capability to fly flags will be expected to adhere to this policy, taking on the responsibility of preserving the condition and dignity of the United States flag, the Louisiana flag, and other flags flown at the respective city parish governmental buildings. This policy applies to all city parish brick and mortar departments, and it will remain in effect until further notice. We understand that respecting our nation's and our state's flags is a year-round responsibility and one that extends to the everyday work that we do in our departments. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Mayor's Advisory Council on Veteran Affairs for their hard work in establishing these proper flag policies for our city parish government. Their dedication to ensuring that our flags are displayed with the utmost honor and reverence is truly commendable. As Mayor of Baton Rouge, I believe that this policy will further cement our commitment to upholding the highest standards of flag etiquette and patriotism. Our flags are a symbol of unity, liberty, and justice for all, and we must treat them with the respect that they deserve. I'm going to ask Elena Branzaro, who is the chair of the Mayor's Advisory Council on Veteran Affairs, to come up and say a few words. She's also an employee in the parish attorney's office, but most importantly, she wants you to know she's a veteran Marine.
Thank you, Mayor, so much. And thank you, valued council members, for everything that you continue to do to show our veterans and our country that we are leading role models for patriotism and the respect that we have for the veterans in this community and making the city a better place as a whole. And to let you all know, with the flag policy, Madam Mayor, and the other portion that is behind that colored, beautiful box, there are 7 different states that have reached out to me to get a copy of our flag policy, as well as what the current resolution is looking at, because they want to establish similar projects in their cities or their locales. So we truly are, as Baton Rouge, with your leadership and your leadership, we are trailblazers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we want to, we have a flag here that you want to share.
Madam Mayor. And Mayor Pro Tem.
You give me a flag? Oh, look at me, look at me. Look at me, I'm excited.
The first flag box that I would like you and the mayor to please place the flag.
Oh, oh, look at that.
You, right on the side there. That's a wonderful flag retirement box, and thank you all for what you have done. I also, Mayor Pro Tem, want to acknowledge the Department of Public Works employees for their carpentry efforts in creating this flag retirement box. And so I'm going to ask Joseph Butler to come up. Joseph is one of our department heads over buildings and maintenance, and he and his team have been responsible for creating this flag box, and we want to thank you for that. Also, I think in your department we have Jason Ganaway. Is Jason here?
Oh, no.
They're not here. Okay. Everybody else is working, and he's going to take them their certificates. Everybody couldn't leave at the same time. So we thank all of you all for your help with this. Thank you so much. And Elena, we have one for you too.
Ladies and gentlemen, we recess till 4 o'clock. If those of you staying for the meeting, please stay, but we'll reconvene at 4 o'clock.
They went back that way. Without being chambered.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are here for the meeting, take your seats, please. Do we have our number?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Council Chamber of East Baton Rouge Parish. I'm glad that you have all joined us for our broadcast. This is the home of the Metropolitan Council, and we're glad you're watching today. Wish you were here, but since you're not, we're glad that you're watching either on Cox, AT&T, Facebook Live, YouTube, or streaming on our website at brla.gov. If you're watching from out of town, this is East Baton Rouge Parish. It's the most populated parish in the state of Louisiana, number one ahead of Jefferson and Orleans. At this time, here is the Mayor President Pro Tem of East Baton Rouge Parish, Councilman Lamont Cole. Councilman?
Thank you very much, Dennis. Actually, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Do we have a quorum?
We have a quorum.
At this time, I'd like to pass it to Councilmember Carolyn Coleman to introduce our guest who will lead us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Coleman.
Say good afternoon to everyone. And this day, October 11, 2023 at 3:30, I have the distinct pleasure of having one of our pillars in District 10 to over 38 years to render the invocation, Pastor Gus Spurlock at Fairview Baptist Church. Also, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Kingston Lee, who's the fourth grader at Episcopal School of Baton Rouge, for leading the Pledge of Allegiance today. Pastor. This will be for you.
Let everyone bow their heads. Eternal God, our Father, we come before you at this moment, at this hour, for you have said that if your people, whom are called by your name, would just humble themselves together and pray, seek your face, turn from their wicked ways, then we'll hear from heaven. You'll forgive our sins and heal our land. Lord God, we come asking for healing in the lands that are far in a distance from this place, that is going through so much tyranny. We ask for healing in our nation, healing in our city. We ask that those, Father, that are leaders in their district and the mayor of this city continue to be led by your Holy Spirit as you have appointed them. We ask for unity in the city of Baton Rouge, that we would just come together and love one another. We place this council meeting in your hands. Use them for your glory. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty for justice and all.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead and get your picture, young fellow. Good job. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say at the onset of the meeting, the last 2 weeks since we've been here, this council, as I'm sure many of you have read in the paper, has received some pretty aggressive emails, some even threatening emails to those of us who serve on this council, and as a result, we have some new rules for the chamber. First and foremost, if you are an employee of the city of Baton Rouge, we'd ask that you sit on either side of the room on the side seats. If you are visiting with us, we ask that you sit out in the audience. And then if you are here visiting and there is no seat in the audience, there is extra seating on the 8th floor. We'd ask that you not stand against the walls. So please, if you have seats available out in the audience, please make room for someone to sit. There's additional seating on the 8th floor. And again, we want, and I've been told this has been done in an effort to make sure everyone in this chamber remains safe, but ultimately it's been done as a result of some of the emails we have received about positions we've taken on particular items. And so please, we'd ask you to adhere. Let me state for the record as well, I'd rather not see anyone here be removed from the chamber or arrested as a result of any disruptive behavior. However, let's make sure we conduct ourselves in a way that is civil, a level of respect, and make sure we do so to conduct the business of the city. Ashley, would you please, item number 1, approval and adoption of the minutes of the Metropolitan Council meeting of September 27, 2023 by the Council Administrator Treasurer. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on item 1? I will now entertain a motion for item 1. Motion by Councilmember Amoroso, seconded by Councilmember Hudson. Any objections? Item 1 has been approved. We now go to introductions. Ashley, please read the introductions.
Section 2.12, Introductions. Number 2, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,509 per year for RBR Government LP, located at 112 Delphine Street, by Planning Director. Number 3, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,580 per year for RBR Government LP, located at 110 Delphine Street, by Planning Director. Number 4, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,496 per year for RBR Government LP, located at 118 Delphine Street, by Planning Director. Number 5, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,509 per year for RBR Government, located at 112 Delphine Street, by Planning Director. Number 6, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,632 per year for RBR Government LP, located at 120 Delphine Street, Number 7, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,425 per year for RBR Government LP located at 122 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 8, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,555 per year for RBR Government LP located at 204 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 9, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,555 per year for RBR Government LP located at 206 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 10, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,627 per year for RBR Government LP located at 208 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 11, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,624 per year for RBR Government LP located at 210 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 12, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,624 per year for RBR Government LP located at 212 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 13, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,624 per year for RBR Government LP located at 214 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 14, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,552 per year for RBR Government LP located at 216 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 15, granting a 5-year property tax abatement estimated at $1,552 per year for RBR Government LP located at 218 Delphine Street by Planning Director. Number 16, authorizing the Mayor President to execute a professional services agreement with Waste Pro of Louisiana Incorporated for debris hauling services in an amount not to exceed $100,000 by Development Director. Number 17, authorizing settlement of the matter entitled Jiminy Alvarado and Brandon Taylor et al. In the amount of $140,000 plus court cost amount of $641 for a total amount of $140,641 and appropriating that sum for such purpose by the parish attorney. Condemnation introductions. Number 18, the estate of Fred L. Davis and Tandem Capital, LLC, 9272 Scenic Highway, Council District 2, Banks. Number 19, My New Place Rental Property, LLC, 5635 St. Catherine Avenue, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 20, Agnes Wells, 1057 North 40th Street, Council District 7, Cole. Number 21, Angel D. Bonilla Velasquez, 52965 Linden Street, Council District 7, Cole. Number 22, Craig T. Johnson and Fannie Mae Givens, 2608 Washington Avenue, Council District 7, Cole. Number 23, Obadiah Y. Luciano, 5964 Evangeline Street, Council District 7, Cole. Number 24, Wanda Stevens Seymour, 9345 Redmond Lake Drive, Council District 9, Hudson. Number 25, Elaine Brimmer Lenoir, 253 West Harrison Street, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 26, Emily L. Martin, 2582 73rd Avenue, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 27, Carolyn N. Thomas in the Office of Community Development, 4629 Aldridge Drive, Council District 12, Rocca. Adjudicated property introductions. Number 28, Lot 4 plus 4 and 5, Square 10, Subdivision Paradise Park, Council District 2, Banks. Number 29, Lot 6 and east 20 feet of Lot 8, Square 25, South Baton Rouge Subdivision, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 30, Lot 22, Square 5, Subdivision Bogan, Council District 7, Cole. Number 31, Lot 15, Square 4, Subdivision Greenville Extension, Council District 7, Cole. Number 32, Lot 10, Subdivision Parkland Terrace, Council District 11, Adams. Number 33, various lots in my father's house, Council District 10, Coleman, and Council District 5, Hearst. Number 34, Lot Q, Square 31, Subdivision Gracie, Council District 10, Coleman. All items that require reading have been read. A motion to delete item 5 at the request of the department and to introduce all other items is in order.
I'll entertain a motion to introduce all items at this time. So moved by Councilmember Hudson, seconded by Councilmember Hurst. Are there any objections to the items being introduced? All items have been introduced. Council members, if you would go to your separate sheet for condemnations, I'm going to read them as they are stated. They are to proceed with items 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 65, and 66, and to delete item 64. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any of the items? Anyone here wishing to speak? We now go back to council members. I will entertain any adjustments at this time.
Number 66, 30 days, please.
66, 30. Anyone else? 5660. Anyone else? I got you, Councilmember Dunn Jr. Yeah, I got you. Waiting on Councilmember Hurst. You got 60 for 60 days. Gotcha. Anyone else? I'm going to read the recommendations and the changes. They are to proceed with items 55, 57, 58, 59, 65, and 66. They are to defer for 30 days items 62, 63, and 66, excuse me. Items 62, 63, and 66 to defer for 30 days. Item 60 and 61 to defer for 60 days. And item 56, you said for 60 days, right? So again, they are to proceed with items 55, 57, 58, 59, 65. They are to defer for 30 days, items 62, 63, and 66. They are to defer for 60 days, items 56, 60, and 61. And they are to delete item 64. They are to delete item 64. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on an item? Anyone here wishing to speak on one of the condemnation items? At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve condemnations. Is there a motion to approve condemnations? So moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Hudson. Condemnations have been approved. Council members, if you would, very quickly, we're going to take item 98 very quickly as an emergency item with an election happening this weekend. Item 98, amending and reenacting ordinance 18969 adopted September 13, 2023, which established voting precincts within wards 1, 2, and 3 in East Baton Rouge Parish, designating polling places so as to geographically divide the following precincts as required by the state law for precincts containing more than 2,200 active registered voters. Further, to create a designated polling place for new precincts. Further, to adjust precinct boundary between Ward 3, Precinct 56, and Ward 3, Precinct 70. Further, to remove the alphabetical splits from the following precincts. And further, to change polling and location for Ward 3, Precinct 16. All effective following the November 18, 2023 election in accordance with state law by register of voters. Reason for emergency: in order to meet the statutory deadline for dividing and combining precincts. In accordance with Ordinance 16442, this item must be declared an emergency by 2/3 vote of the Metropolitan Council. Is there a motion to declare this item an emergency? Motion to declare the item emergency. So moved by Councilmember Gode, seconded by Councilmember Coleman. Is there any objections to the item being declared emergency? All right, is there anyone here wishing to speak on item 98? Anyone wishing to speak on item 98? Okay, we now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve? So moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by the chair. Any objections? Item 98 has been approved. Item 98 has been approved. Council members, we're going to take, I know many of you are here for item 71. We're going to take that momentarily. We're going to take that item momentarily. There is someone with wishing to speak on the item who's going to be here who has information, and so I'm just waiting on them. We're going to take that item momentarily. I'm not going to keep those of you who are here waiting to speak on item 71 waiting. We're going to move to that item real quickly. But before we do that, we're going to take care of a couple of things. First, council members, we're going to go to item 78. We're sending and directing the clerk record to council notice and intent recorded on May 19th, 2023, and a decision order recorded on August 14, 2023 in the matter of the City of Baton Rouge versus Randy Bars. 365 LaFaso. Reason for rescission, error in the assessor's records depicting an incorrect address, legal description, therefore the owner was not noticed by the chair. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on item 78? Motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Gode. Item 78 has been approved. Item 79, authorizing Mayor President to execute the supplemental agreement number 2 to the contract for abstracting services with Gulf South Title Land Resources LLC for full abstracts associated with Move BR Capacity Project Lee Drive to Perkins. This supplemental agreement provides for an additional $5,100 in the existing contract. The compensation shall not exceed $71,694 by the Transportation and Drainage Director. Is anyone here wishing to speak on item 79? Anyone wishing to speak on item 79? We now go to council. Is there a motion to approve item 79? So moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by the chair. Any objections? We now go to item 80, authorizing the Mayor President to execute a supplemental agreement for the engineering services with Stantec Consulting Services for services associated with Move BR Capacity Project, Constantine Dijon Avenue, Phase 2, midway to Blue Bonnet, in the amount of $126,577 by Transportation and Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve? So moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by the chair. Any objections? 81, authorizing the Mayor President to execute a contract with GEC with Sub-Consultants, GoTech, Stantec Consulting Services Incorporated, Southern Earth Sciences Incorporated for engineering service in connection with Tax Street and Road Rehabilitation Program construction, supplemental phase 19, in an amount not to exceed $1,755,975. Is there anyone here, by the Transportation and Drainage Director, is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? Anyone here wishing to speak on the item? Now we go to council members. We'll entertain a motion. So moved by Councilmember Hudson, seconded by Councilmember Coleman. Any objections? We now go to 83, authorizing the Mayor President to apply for 2 Federal Transit Administration grants totaling $11,226,009 that are designated for use by the Nicholson Plank Bus Rapid Transit by the Transportation and Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on item 83? We now go to council. Is there a motion to approve? So moved by Councilmember Coleman. Ashley.
Council members, you should have had 1 email comment in opposition to item 83.
So moved by Councilmember Coleman, seconded by Councilmember Adams. Are there any objections? Item 83 has been approved. We go to item 84, authorizing the Mayor President to execute a lighting agreement with the State of Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development by Transportation and Drainage Director. Is anyone here wishing to speak on item 84? We now go to council. Is a motion to approve item. So moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by the chair. And 85, any objections? Item 84 has been approved. 85, authorizing the Mayor President to execute a local service agreement with the City of Zachary in connection with the construction of sidewalks along Mount Pleasant Road and crosswalks to improve pedestrian access as part of the Move BR Enhancement Program, in an amount not to exceed $400,000 by the Transportation and Drainage Director. Is anyone here wishing to speak on the item? Councilmember Noel, what's your pleasure? So moved by Councilmember Noel, seconded by the chair. Any objections? Item 85 has been approved. I did that one. Did I? Oh, 82, authorizing the Mayor President to execute a contract with GEC Incorporated with Sub-Consultants, GoTech, Stantec Consulting Services Incorporated, and Southern Earth Sciences for engineering services in connection with sales tax and street road rehabilitation and program construction supervision, supplemental phase 20. For an amount not to exceed $1,058,180 by Transportation and Drainage Director. Is anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We now go to council members. So moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by the chair. Any objections? Item 82 has been approved. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take item 71. I do want to say for the record, there has been a request by the developer to delete this item. There has been a request by the developer to delete this item. We will hear. For those of you who are here to speak on the item, you will be given an opportunity to do so, but I do want to make clear that there has been a request from the developer to delete this item. So we will proceed with item 71. An ordinance creating an Aztec Code Economic Development District and defining boundaries from the area parish sales tax increments will be determined and used to fund a portion of the cost of the economic development projection. The ordinance also designates the governing authority of the Economic Development District along with pledging the dedicated incremental sales tax collected with the boundaries to be used in said Economic Development District by Councilmember Coleman. We're going to go in order of those who have filled out speaker cards to speak on the item. Yeah. We're going to start with wishing to speak in favor. Lauren Klein, Peter. Yes, sir. Wishing to speak in favor was Jackie Bernard and Sarah Johnston. Are you all wanting to speak? All right. We're now going to those who are wishing to speak in opposition. Charles Perillo.
I've asked Joe Dorito to go
Excuse me.
first, if that's okay, and I will speak second.
Reading what into the record?
I usually do it at the end.
Does it at the end, yeah. Go ahead.
If it's okay with the council, I've asked Joe Dorito to speak first.
Come on down, state your name and address for the record, Joe. Well, I got it, so you don't have to do that. Just start speaking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I got your name and address already. You can go ahead with your comments.
All right. So just to be clear, there's still going to be a vote on this, correct?
No.
I mean, he's pulled it. He's deleted the item.
There's
Does
gonna
that
be a
mean
vote to
it's
delete
not
the
going to
item.
happen?
There's going to be a vote to delete the item, yes.
Okay.
That's going to be the motion we make.
Okay. All right. Well, you know who I am. I appreciate the time and opportunity to speak before the Metro Council. I live at 10420 Pico Lane, so I'm really just within a couple miles of the development. I'm opposed to the EDD and to giving the tax dollars to wealthy businessman or a developer for his own private use without any of the funds, any of the tax dollars going directly towards benefiting the citizens and residents of our parish. The EDD program was created to assist businesses that needed financial assistance to stimulate economic growth in an area that is or may become stagnant and needs revitalization, as well as to increase employment in that area. The fact that this complex will be built regardless of whether the EDD is approved or not is a very strong indicator that the EDD should be denied. These tax dollars, I mean, you know, as citizens, we'd like to have a tax break too, but we can't expect to get that. You know, it's just not available to us. So why give it to a business that really doesn't qualify for what the ordinance or the rule was made for and provided for? So with this, I ask that you please deny the Aztec Cove EDD. Thank you.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Yes.
Just a quick point of order. If there's no objection from the council to the item being deleted, then I think we can forego the public comment. However, if there's an objection, I don't want to forego these folks their opportunity to speak on the record.
I was going to ask Joe, is that what you were alluding to? That you, if the item was going to be deleted, that you all ready to go home and? Well, I mean, you're more than welcome to stay and speak on the item, but
If the developer has made the request, then there shouldn't be an objection from the council. And then these folks, okay?
Okay. Yeah, if y'all want to speak, go ahead.
Right.
Charles.
I am
Mr.
Charles Perillo. I live at 16046 Highland Bluff Court. I attended the 47-minute meeting on Monday held by Mr. Kamath and his attorney, as did council members Godet and Coleman. Mr. Godet extended the meeting for 30 minutes after Mr. Kamath left. Economic development districts were invented to jumpstart development in areas neglected by private investors. That's the whole point. There were a lot of questions asked on Monday, but perhaps the most important question was this: Mr. Kamath, if this proposed economic development district is not approved, would you still proceed with this project? His answer was an unequivocal yes, and there were 100 witnesses to that answer. Think about that some. Mr. Kamath has publicly acknowledged that he did not need any help from the taxpayers, but would proceed anyway. But the only reason for economic development districts is to fund projects that the free market is neglecting. So a grocery store complex in North Baton Rouge would be a candidate, but one in South Baton Rouge would certainly not be. After the meeting, I spoke with two ladies who had attended. I asked them if they were members of the Baptist church next door. They said no. They were constituents of Councilmember Coleman and just wanted to get better informed. I think some about that too. These two ladies, who do not live anywhere close to the proposed development, came because they were concerned about their community and how tax funds were used. Your constituents, both north and south of Florida Boulevard, also care about their tax dollars. One of the ladies also said this project should be near Baton Rouge Community College. It would have plenty of access to computer-savvy student interns for his business, or other areas that need revitalization, north of LSU or close to Southern. This would be a dreadful precedent. Every proposed restaurant or shop owner in the future will want the same sweetheart deal, and sales tax revenues would decline. Diverting sales taxes to subsidize development should only go into areas in need. This is not an area in need of subsidy. Please vote no to this proposed giveaway of more than $700,000 per year for 40 years of our tax money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kelly Sweeney Clements.
Hi, thank you for your time. Dr. Kelly Clements. I live in the neighborhood right next to where the proposed development is. And the way I understand it, economic development districts are meant to help areas of blight or areas that have just kind of fallen in a little bit of disarray and need some economic stimulus in order to revitalize them. I can tell you that this Aztec Cove development in no way, shape, or form meets that criteria. We do not need any infusion of tax dollars to make the area where this development is going to be built to be better or to help with vitalization. We're doing just fine. It would be a grave injustice to a lot of areas in Baton Rouge to funnel our tax dollars into an area that does not need any revitalization. There's so many areas that could benefit so much more from a development like this being in their backyard. So I would strongly urge people to vote no to this proposal. You know, as Mr. Perilou said, it's a very slippery slope, and I think once you start approving any developer from drawing an imaginary line around their property and calling it an economic development district, what's to stop everyone from wanting the same deal? And I think it would really take a lot of revenue away from people who much more could use it. Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from Carolyn Rice.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Rice, president of Highland Ridge Homeowners Association at 131 Summer Ridge Drive. I am very much opposed to this establishment of an economic development district for Aztec Cove on Highland Road. If granted, this sales tax rebate would allow a private developer to make a profit with a private development. Plus, the proposed economic development district is not an economically disadvantaged area. To the contrary, it is a tax advantage for development in an area which needs no encouragement for development. It essentially commits the city parish to returning sales tax to pay for a private developer's mortgage cost. This is not the purpose of an EDD, and it offers no benefits to the taxpayers. Mr. Kamath has said he will do this development with an EDD, so he really does not, without the EDD, so he really does not need it. He has also said he chose this location on Highland Road because there are no traffic lights between his house and the site on Highland Road. Really? In the public meeting that he held Monday, he also stated that 80% of the dorm rooms that will be built for his employees. We want to encourage Mr. Kamath to find another location in Baton Rouge where an EDD is needed. Not sure why Mr. Nitton was allowed to go back in these back rooms back here and talk to some of the councilmen. They told me I couldn't do that, so I'm not sure why he did it. But please vote no against this dangerous precedent.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Randy Rice. And again, while Randy is coming, I just want to say there's been a request to delete the item. Again, we can have the public hearing, but there has been a request to delete the item by the developer himself, so we can still continue if you guys want to.
My name is Randy Rice. I live at 131 Summer Ridge Drive in Baton Rouge, and I am opposed to the Aztec Cove Economic Development District as proposed. Members of the Metro Council, I'm sure that you know what the annual budget of the city of Baton Rouge looks like. Insufficient funds for emergency medical services, sewer, drainage, police, garbage pickup, and on and on. So my question to you is, do you think the city can really afford to give $35 million in sale tax revenue away? I have another question. Why should you and I and every taxpayer in the city of Baton Rouge be asked to fund it? As well-informed members of the council, you know that there is a need for economic development and growth in some areas of Baton Rouge. Isn't this proposed EDD in this area of Baton Rouge kind of a slap in the face to those of you who represent areas that need economic development? This proposed economic development district would benefit one individual in an area that, quite frankly, is not hurting for economic development, at least not when you compare it to other areas in the parish. This proposal, if approved, will not provide any additional infrastructure or services in the area. It would only benefit this development. Mr. Cambeth was offered the opportunity to extend the proposed EDD footprint to provide benefits to other businesses in the area. He flatly declined so that he can line his pockets and his pockets only. Mr. Cambeth has gone on record as saying the Aztec Cove development will be built regardless of whether the EDD is approved or not. So why would the council vote in favor of giving Mr. Kamath the EDD when he clearly does not need it to build Aztec Cove? Wouldn't that kind of be like someone asking a bank to approve a loan that they really don't need? Make no mistake, if you vote yes and this economic development district is approved, every developer in Baton Rouge will line up before you and expect the same result. I ask you to vote no for the proposed Aztec Cove Economic Development District. Thank you.
Steve Losby. Laura Metcalf. Is Laura upstairs? If she comes down, we'll take her. Renee Amar. Jean Turner. I'll read the names of those opposed but wish not to speak. Peggy Daigle, Dottie Torito, Robert Olson, Zora Olson. Philip Williams, and Randy Amar. If there's anyone upstairs who wishes to speak, I'll continue the meeting, but if you come down and want to say something, I'll allow you an opportunity to speak. You want to come and speak? Come on, state your name and address for the record if I hadn't called it already.
My name is David DeLucci. I'm a resident of the Country Club of Louisiana, as well as the president of the Property Owners Association of Louisiana. We represent 685 homes. We've brought a little over 100 people here tonight that have done everything that they're supposed to, including contacting the council members, coming out in awful weather in opposition of this EDD, and we would like to ask you all to vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down, state your name and address for the record.
Hey, I'm Molly DeSalle. I'm a realtor here in Baton Rouge, and there is a property that is literally on the other side of the church. It's listed for $4.2 million. This is not a blighted area. This area does not need an EDD. In addition, as a realtor, do whatever you want with your property as long as you've got all the proper permits and so on and so forth. But to come to us as in our city and ask for us to help pay your mortgage payment, taking away money from our city that needs lots of infrastructure, needs lots of money for lots of other areas. Even though if this passes, know that every single person that has vacant land is going to be coming and asking for it, and there's now a precedent if you pass this. I'm not only asking you not to say no for this, but also, even though it would benefit me as a realtor to sell all these pieces of property, it does not make any sense for our city, because in addition to that money coming out of our coffers for the rest of the entire city, it's going to be depleted when everybody's taking their portions and keeping it for themselves. And then where are we going to go? You're going to come back to us. So we're going to be supporting them for that 2% all over, and then we're going to be paying additional monies to compensate for that 2%. This does not make any sense, and not only say no, but also look at whatever rules you have for coming forward again with the EDD, tighten it down. We should not have to come back and do this over and over and over again for protecting our city, protecting our money, and making wise choices with our monies. Thank you.
Come on down. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hi there, Elizabeth Johnson. I'm 134 Charter Ridge Court. I'll keep this very brief. I'm sure we're all kind of echoing the same sentiments here. But as a concerned resident of Baton Rouge, the word dangerous precedent's being thrown around here. It's worrisome. But the most important thing I want to challenge each of you to do, you're elected officials. We vote you into office based off of your character, your integrity, your trustworthiness. Please dig deep. If this goes to vote, vote based off of your character. Your constituents are watching. I'm begging you as one of the younger generations here, do something to be proud of. This is very scary. This affects a lot of people. Please vote based off of your character and something that your constituents would be proud of. Thank you.
Come on down. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ed Laguki. I live at 2346 Palm Hills, and I'm the president of the Federation of Greater Baton Rouge Civic Associations. I've been monitoring this council for the last 6 years on behalf of our members, and I'm really disconcerted that this legislation is flawed on many planes. And it really has to do with the unintended consequences of approving this type of EDD development. The unintended consequences go further than just this neck of the woods over here. It goes to the entire parish. It goes potentially to the entire state because everybody gets to do the same legislation with EDDs. I'm not going to beat the dead horse. These guys have already eloquently stated the concerns around this. Mine is really around the process that we went through. That's my concern for all of our 110 member associations. It almost felt like if you have a project and your council person doesn't like what you're proposing, I can go shop for another council member. I don't want that to happen. You guys have done a fantastic job over the last 6 years I've been monitoring. So, one person already mentioned, and I think we really need to solve this problem going forward, I think we need to take some time and look at what qualifies and what doesn't qualify for an EDD and put some language around that so it's crystal clear. Because this one right now isn't. And we can't have legislation like that going forward. And I've witnessed on a number of occasions, every council member states to people before this body, if you're going to build something in my district, you better come and talk to me first. And I think we need to, that's a great practice and policy, and I think we need to carry it forward. So again, thank you, because I know you're going to do the right thing tonight.
Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on the item? Anyone else here wishing to speak on the item? All right, we now go to council members. Is there a motion? Go ahead.
Council members, you should have received 312 emails opposed to item 71.
Is there a motion to delete the item? I'll entertain a motion. So moved by Councilmember Gode, seconded by Councilman Amorosa. Is there any objections? Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Hurst.
I am going to vote to delete it, but I do want to make a quick statement, and in my opinion of what a good EDD looks like. We've had a lot of conversation about what a bad one looks like. But coming up on Jewel Road in Prescott, which is a disinvested area, where we have worked with a developer who is so willingly put forth 14 acres to put a grocery store there. All right, I've spoken with Councilmember Moak, and I said, look, this is the corridor where people are going to go to Amazon, coming from Central. It's a block away from where his district starts. Excuse me. I've talked to Councilmember Knoll, and I said, look, everybody from Baywood, Cheneyville that comes to Baton Rouge, that come down Jewel Road, if you stand there in the morning, it's probably some of the strongest traffic that people don't notice because they're looking at the interior of the city. I've talked to Councilmember Dunn and said, listen, your neighborhoods start right across the street at Oakville at the racetrack. I said, so your people will service this area. State Representative Vanessa LaFleur covers that area. State Representative Denise Marcel has jumped in and said, I want to be a part because she stops right where Cleve Dunn's area stops. And the people from that area, whether it's in their district or not, will still visit this grocery store. Have had several conversations with the mayor, who's in extreme favor of it, and has assigned a grocery store expert to come work with us to be able to develop that divested, disinvested, dilapidated area and turn it into something the city can be proud of. In addition to that, I've worked with Matt Valera, Care South. It's not a done deal there, but I've asked him to be the developer. The reason why is because through his FQHC, he's turned Care South from negative $700,000 to $50 million in the black in 5 years and $75 million in 4 years, bringing adequate health care to underserved communities. And if he builds a shopping center, he'll bring the health care along with it, so that we'll close the gap on food insecurities while we close the gap on health care disparities. I say this because I will be asking for an EDD. And I hope the news is there then so we can talk about championing an effort in North Baton Rouge that does qualify, that doesn't even need a study, because everybody in this room right now can close their eyes, imagine an area, and realize it's not a grocery store with great meat and good vegetables within a mile or two from there. So in this effort, you'll have multiple people with an EDD both at the state and the local level. You have the mayor's office involved. Hopefully 4 council members total will jump on board. But my point in saying that is what a good ED looks like. And I hope to set the precedence of what it does in North Baton Rouge, and if language is changed, to use this business as a model. And I'm going to ask my colleagues to jump on board with me publicly to make sure that this thing moves forward. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Dunn.
Thank you. I want to first thank everybody for coming out and voicing your concerns and let your voice be heard. Many of you who came to the mic, I don't think any of us could give much or little pushback to the concerns you brought. The challenge that I have is we brought forth not a $35 million economic development district in South Baton Rouge, but a $240+ million economic development district some 8 months ago. I think it was maybe 3 or 4 people in the audience that was against it. 3, 4, 5 times this in a non-economic depressed area just like yours. So the issue I have is the inconsistency. And the last economic development district that was brought before this council was brought by me in North Baton Rouge, the Cartana Corridor Economic Development District. You want to know the 2 council members that was most vocal against it? Your councilperson, Councilman Rowdy Goday, and Councilman Dwight Hudson. He voted in favor, but he was against it, and significantly against the community investment piece of it. It's my time, sir. So that's my issue. It's the inconsistency. You guys made the statements. You guys stated the facts where these EDDs were designed to go, and I agree with that, in economically depressed areas. But the council member that's championed against this one was against going in North Baton Rouge to provide that same community impact that you desire for this one. So let's just be consistent. So if somebody don't have a wealthy name or longevity in this community, don't come out against them. But when the big names, big developers been doing this for years, and we don't see you. It was 3 or 4 people here against it. I'm just asking for some consistency.
Councilmember Hudson.
Yeah, I think I want to first thank Councilman Dunn. I think you bring up a good point, and I think it is worthy of discussion. So I want to provide a little clarity, a little context to that. First, I'll start with the Harveston EDD. There's a distinct difference between Harveston and the way it's structured versus Aztec Cove. The interesting thing about Harveston is that it incentivized a world-class charter school to come and provide education in an area that does not have enough schools. And it specifically provides seats for children in the Gardere area, which is, of course, economically disadvantaged and has issues. That area is also one of our longest wait times for EMS service. And it incentivized an EMS station, a fire station, to go out there. It's also one of the longer areas where we have issues with sheriff service, where we have a lot of capacity issues with sheriff service. So that EDD helped to incentivize that. And so that's really the piece that's missing in this proposal, is that we are missing that public investment, right? Now, I think there's still arguments to be made whether or not Harveston was a great deal. I was the holdout vote on that, if you remember. I did end up voting in favor of it because we wanted that charter school there. But I do think that's worth noting, is that needs to be a piece of any further EDDs, is that public investment. And just to speak also, because you mentioned the Florida Boulevard EDD, the issue with that for me, and it's again, it ties back into this one, is that the public investment part of it was the issue for me on that one, because it incentivized a community center. Community centers are great, but I know the funding mechanism for a community center is going to be our general fund. Our general fund is woefully underfunded. We're already having trouble funding the services that we provide. And so when you take away funding from the general fund through the EDD and then further spend more money on a community center from the general fund, it really becomes an issue, right? We like I said, we don't have enough money for services as it is. So I think those are all things that we can look to the future as we start evaluating future EDDs or creating a framework. And this is really what we should be focused on, is creating a framework for how we evaluate these EDDs. Moving forward, I think that's the best way to go. So thank y'all, and I appreciate the public and the discussion that we've had around this.
Councilmember Banks.
comments
Turn your
are
mic on.
similar to Councilman Dunn. I think we had a similar issue with Riverbend. I represent a community that includes the Alston community, which has a 55-year history of environmental injustice. And for that long, that's how long the people in Alston and St. Ermelie have come down to this council for one reason or another as it relates to the proliferation of those things happening in their community, which has caused it to be totally wiped out for the most part. And that was I can't even think of it, but it was impacted Riverbend. And I remember being the one person that voted to make sure that I cannot remember what it was, but that it didn't go through because of the negative impact to the Riverbend residents. And that's been about 8 years, and those residents swore by all that was holy. For one thing, they said they didn't know about Alston and St. Ermelie. They did not know about Ronaldson Field. They didn't know about any of the things that had impacted their community. And so from that public hearing, they learned of it, and they swore that we'll be here the next time. We'll be here for you now that we understand. And, you know, I didn't take names and do a check off, but certainly over the years, we've had 2 more additional issues, and that wasn't the case. Having people that I know that live in Country Club and hearing the great rah-rah and pep rally you all were having to come and speak before us, in which I respect. We you know, people in the disinvested communities cannot get a 55-passenger bus. They can't do a caravan. They can't have any social events at the city club. All they could do is show up. And that is not to rain on your parade, but just to let you know that here we are once again with a tale of 2 cities, you know, kinds of issues. Because that is what we have throughout this city parish. Throughout this city, we're constantly having a tale of 2 cities. And at some point, you know, this would have been a great opportunity for many of us to say, one day they're going to need us. Well, this might be that one day. But all of us, I could speak for the council members that I know, we don't vote like that. We aren't under the kind of pressure that many of our Republican colleagues are from their constituents to vote against things that help minority disinvested communities in North Baton Rouge. So those are the kind of issues I understand. By some faces, they may dismiss that. They may think, what does it have to do with? But the thing about it is, you know, I can go back and just say that we are all linked one way or the other. And just as we've seen when we thought crime only happened in North Baton Rouge until it started happening at LSU. And then some of the people that did not look like us were harmed. So all I can tell you is that, yeah, you know, the price that we pay, there are no borders, just like there are no borders as it relates to water. And though I too will not, you know, my vote, and that's why I wanted this to go forth, because I wanted to make sure that we had on tape all these testimonies of how EDDs should be in blighted communities, so that and I challenge all 4 or 5 of my communities, like Scotlandville, that I represent, Alston, Gush Young, Eden Park, all those areas, that we will work with the mayor's office, where she, through her economic development group, will assign someone to each one of our districts for the purpose of doing just like Councilman Hurst said, and that is to make sure that each of us have a pet project that will qualify for an EDD, And we can't wait to have all of you here. We'll make sure that you know I kept your emails. And I thank you, and definitely I will be voting against this.
Councilmember Moak.
See where Councilwoman Coleman flipped it on me. Anyway, thank y'all. First of all, a few comments on the EDD thing. And this is what I think each one of y'all in the public and the 300 emails and everything else that we got, you shine a light on not necessarily this project per se, but the EDD process itself. So I think you can give yourself a big hand for that part there and what we do going forward from here with EDDs. Now, do I completely get on board with EDDs can only be used in economically disadvantaged areas? I don't think so. I think there's some places that it's going to be called for. With public surface infrastructure and different things like Councilman Hudson brought up and the different services. If we get into breaking this whole EDD process down, then, are we going to break the whole city down into what's considered economically disadvantaged? Is Gardere economically disadvantaged because it's next to such and such? Is the now at the Amazon Center is at Cartana, and the millions and the growth that's going on right now, is that an economically disadvantaged area that we continue to do no more EDDs? So I totally agree with the council that we need to immediately start on processes of EDDs and what constitutes. And I don't think, and this is what this project here shed a lot of light on, and this is what I was thank y'all for, is this process right here, going through this, open that up, and it allows us on the council to start working on policies and everything as quick as possible. Because some EDDs I look at from the employment aspect. How many people are you going to bring into Baton Rouge to employ? I've stated this plenty times before. ITEPs, EDDs, and stuff like that, we do a great job of wonderful projects that when Exxon goes to grow, or they like the recycling facility that we did. I know that's not specifically an EDD, it's an ITEP and so on like that. But they come in, they build the plants. But what have we done for just like bringing corporations in? What have we done for people to grow their business, to bring employment, to bring population, to bring young families and stuff to East Baton Rouge Parish? And so I don't want to break up the city into the tale of two cities or anything like that. I see East Baton Rouge Parish as a whole, but I do agree that we need to work on where we're going to stabilize and what we're going to do with these economic development districts and policies. But I don't want to take the ball off of all of East Baton Rouge Parish. We are one body, we are one community, and we're one council that should work together for all of East Baton Rouge Parish.
Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, sir, Mayor Pro Tem. And so I just have a few words to say, and that is I concur with Councilman Dunn. I concur with some that have been spoken by Councilman Moak. I concur with some that has been spoken by Councilwoman Banks. And so I hear the words blight. I heard the word traffic issues. I heard the word employment. I heard all of this, and then I hear, and traffic, if we go to a game, it took us 3 hours to get home. So it is what it is as far as for traffic. What really concerned me is this. See, when we don't want to expand our knowledge in ourselves, and we want to remain segmented and remain eliteness and remain and not working together, and then this is an opportunity for 90 permanent jobs and 88 non-tech jobs. And when you look at what this project will be, think about Silicon Valley. Think about all of that, a most affluent area. And I'm speaking an affluent area where Apple is. And so when we look at the gentleman that has come before us, and this is not the first EDD, there's been over 20-some plus. So now in midstream, we want to talk about changing rules, developing rules. And that concerned me. And I've said it before, when a certain population come before us, then we want to change the rules and the regs and then not be fair at all. And so why? Because it's the right thing to do. That's why. It has nothing to do with anything else. And you're talking about technology advancement, the virtual, the upcoming and ongoing that will be. But I wonder if we want to advance and we talk about a better Baton Rouge and what Baton Rouge ought to be and the inclusiveness, and we talk about liberty and justice for all, and I question that as well. And we talk about folk wanting handouts. This ain't nothing but a hand up. I mean, it has the money, but we want to whine about that. So we are talking about employment, putting young people to work with opportunities. We're just talking about the epitome of what we say out of one side of our mouth, and then out the other side is something totally different. And so we just need to be mindful. And I'm so grateful you all don't need any tax dollars out there in that area. I'm so grateful that you don't need any encouragement or anything else. I'm so grateful for that. But then we talk about a one Baton Rouge and a better Baton Rouge. And so I'm just grateful for the real young people. And I thought about this when the Youth Challenge folk came up. I say they're going to do this thing differently. They're going to show us how to really live, how to work together. They're going to show us. And I just want to be around and be a part of it, and then not lean on what predecessors tell us what we need to do and hold on to and make sure we don't let certain things happen. I just want to be able to be here and witness that and let the record reflect this is not personal, this is right, and this is economic development.
Councilman Manoa.
Thank you. So I agree with a lot of what's been said tonight. I do want to provide a little bit of clarity for some who may need it, some may not. But based on some of the emails we have gotten over the past few weeks, there needs to be an understanding of what's going on here. Because when we talk about traffic and we talk about not needing the development there, this development, as stated by the developer, he does still plan to do this development. This is going to happen according to him. And a court has already stated that we have to allow him to do it. That battle has been fought, and that's occurring. When it comes to the EDD, when it was brought to my attention, I was looking at it from a standpoint, the developer basically stated, hey, the court had ruled in his favor and allowed him to do it. And so he can build it, and he's going to have this development. And more than likely, he could be awarded something if he saw damages for the time that he was not able to build. But he would not bring that suit for damages, and I'm not an attorney, so I apologize if I'm stating that incorrectly, if this EDD was granted. And so for me, I start looking at, okay, a cost-benefit analysis and trying to quantify what that would look like. Is that beneficial? And what I kept coming back to with a quid pro quo like that is it's very problematic and this was mentioned somewhat this evening, from a precedent standpoint, that then anyone could come and say, hey, I think I have a case, but I won't bring it if. And those two things need to be separated. So I don't think for me, it's not totally looking at, hey, we're changing the rules in the middle for somebody and not for somebody else. Because I am a fan of EDD. I think it's a great tool we have in our toolbox. Whether it's EDD or Pilot or ITEP, I've voted for all of those, and I believe in all of them, and I think they're a useful tool when used appropriately and in the right situation. And we've seen some of that before. I did it when I served in Zachary before, and I've done it since I've been in this role. So, and there's different ways of structuring them. Sometimes I agree with Councilman Moak. It's not always in areas that are necessarily disadvantaged from an economic development standpoint. Sometimes it's, hey, this is a really good project. The numbers don't work this way, but if we can have some assistance, it might move it forward in a better manner or faster. And there's all kind of different ways it can be structured. It's not a one-size-fits-all type product. Sometimes it's the 2 discretionary cents. Sometimes it's adding a cent on top and using one of the discretionary and one on top. We've done that before. So again, this is not just a one-size-fits-all. But for me, certainly I think there needs to be public benefit. I think that helps. It's not always the end-all, be-all. So as we go forward, crafting something that will have a definition of, hey, these are things, qualifiers for EDD. It's really hard to box that in, and I think we need to be careful and maybe keep a little bit of broad-based approach and really try to think outside the box, because there are a lot of different scenarios where it may fit and may be an appropriate tool. But when it came down to looking at, okay, hey, I won't move forward with this action if, for me, that became real problematic, because when you try to quantify something like that, the precedent that would set and the indirect dollar beyond from who knows how many that would bring something like that just becomes really a far larger number at that point. So anyway, but just to make everybody understand, again, the developer can move forward with this development, and that is his choice. A court has already decided that, and what we're discussing here today and voting on is the economic development district. And I think some people have caught on to that, but some have still thought maybe this stops that development, and that's not the case. What we do here tonight What we do here tonight does not affect whether or not he can start that development and pull permits tomorrow. So I just wanted to make that clear for everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember Gode.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, I'll go ahead and speak. Before we vote, I want to first off recognize all of the residents for your engagement on this topic. You worked the process. You worked the process very effectively, and I'm grateful that you did. Councilmember Hudson and I hosted a public meeting last Tuesday. I would say nearly 100 people attended that meeting. 80 people signed cards of opposition that have been entered into the record for this item. The developer had a meeting earlier this week downtown. Over 50 people attended that meeting, and you voiced your concerns in a respectful manner. We council members have fielded more than 200 emails, and all of those emails were respectful and about the policy issue. And so I'm grateful for that. It is rare when we have 312 comments submitted for a council meeting. There are hot topic items, and we will get submissions, but it is rare when we receive this many. So you have worked the process very well. I would also add there was an advertisement placed in the newspaper. There was a letter to the editor. You have shined in engaging your local government, and I want to say thank you to the residents for that. On the topic of EDDs, I do think we as a council need to have a thorough discussion. I would offer up 2 examples. At the meeting earlier this week at the library, which Councilmember Hurst also attended, and thank him for attending both of those meetings, he talked to the crowd that was there, which was largely from the Highland Road area, about this proposal for an EDD in his district for a grocery store, and he got a round of applause for it. I think folks said that's what these are intended to do, and showed their support to him in that endeavor. And it's my hope to engage with him further about that effort, because I think that's when folks shake their head and say, that's what these tools are meant to be used for in our community. The second one, my friend Councilmember Dunn brought up about the Florida Boulevard corridor, and I have to tell you, I tell that story very differently than you do, because you as the council member representing that district crafted what you felt was best for that district. I did have concerns, but I had the respect to contact you and engage you about those concerns, and more importantly, I listened to you. And when you explained to me what a community center means for you, that lacked in your community for so many years, that it was an access to resources, I came around to your line of thinking. So I invite you to change the narrative of how you tell that story, because I voted in favor of it because of that conversation. And I tell that as a success story for this council. And I think that's the way this process should work. I think we as a council can do more and do better in how we engage in that. And I include myself in that number. All right? I made some mistakes in this process, and I'll be the first to stand up and admit it. So I'll offer up that I commit to this council to do a better job. Okay? So unless there's no other speakers, I'll go with the motion to delete the item.
It's been properly motioned and seconded by Councilmember Gode, seconded by Councilmember Amarosa. Are there any objections to the deletion of the item? Any objections? Item has been deleted. Council members, we now go to item 67. Establishing health insurance rates and plans and design for employees and retirees effective.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, let's just take a second and let everybody clear out.
We're going to be in recess until those who are here for items that have already been heard have exited. At the pleasure of the council. Huh? I thought so too. We're going to reconvene. We do have other items and we don't have a lot of time, so we're going to reconvene. Item 67, establishing health insurance rates and a plan designed for employees and retirees effective July 1, 2024 by Human Resources Director. Now, with that being said, before we go to the public hearing, we're going to hear from the mayor's office or the department head who brought this item forward, so you can clearly explain to us what is going on in the event that we have members of the public who want to speak on the item. So, Mr. Bernard, if you would.
Good afternoon. We have a brief presentation, and I'll have our healthcare consultant, Mr. Scott Fontenot, come forward, and then we'll answer any questions you have after that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Fontenot. I'm the CEO of FBAC. They asked me to present an executive summary. Basically, the City of Baton Rouge is self-funded with a $1.5 million excess limit. That means all claims under $1.5 million, the city pays. The plan is administered by Blue Cross Blue Shield and has Express Scripts as your PBM. The plan experience for the last year, City of Baton Rouge offers employees and retirees 3 health plans: an active plan, a plan for retirees without Medicare, and a plan for retirees with Medicare. What we do is we tap into Blue Cross and Express Scripts. We pull all those claims from them, and we present to you the loss ratios by plan and by type of employee. For your active plan, has an 82% loss ratio with a per employee per year cost of $10,500. Your retiree without Medicare has a 167% loss ratio with a per employee per year cost of $22,000, much higher. The retirees with Medicare has a 99% loss ratio with a cost of $11,500. You also offer a Medicare Advantage plan to these same retirees with Medicare, and the annual cost for it is only $3,600. Now, we also break down the types of plans you offer. You offer 3 plans for your employees: an HMO, a point of service, and a high deductible plan. Your HMO plan has a 95% loss ratio, and the cost to you is only $11,800 per year. Your point of service plan has a 109% loss ratio, and it costs you $13,000 per employee per year. Your high deductible health plan is the plan that's running the worst for you, has a 119% loss ratio, and it costs you $16,000 per employee per year. Now, we expect that this plan will end like last year. That loss ratio in that plan was 134%. We expect this year it will also run around 130 to 140% loss ratio by the end of the year. On those 3 plans, 3,000 employees and retirees are on your HMO, 900 are on your point of service, and 1,480 are on your high deductible health plan. Based on your 2023 plan experience, the loss ratio is expected to be 112%. Inflation has hit your plan for healthcare cost. We expect a deficit of $7.89 million deficit. To solve for this, we recommend an 8% rate increase and a plan modification of your high deductible plan. That's the one that's running the worst for you. We recommend a $500 deductible increase and a $1,000 deductible increase for your families. And that's basically what's going on with your plan.
So each year we go through this process and we monitor the plan throughout the year. And early on this year, we saw, based on the inflation in medical costs and the increase in the prescription drugs, which is projected to be about $4 million more than in the prior year, we knew at mid-year when we talked that we probably were going to be looking at an 8% rate increase and some plan design changes. So that is what we are recommending, an 8% increase in the employee rate and the employer rate, and the deductibles, the increase in the deductibles that we talked about. So when we met, we were given many options. We were given 12 options, basically on ways to save money in the plan. A lot of those options dealt with a decrease in either benefits or a decrease in choice that you would have on what hospitals you could use, what networks you could use, what doctors you could use, forcing the retirees to have the Medicare Advantage as opposed to being in the regular plan. At that time, we were solving for about a $10 million problem. And so this is the way we solved it. $2.5 million would come out of insurance reserves. So that brings us down to about a $7.5 million problem. We have had success with retirees moving to the Medicare Advantage plan. So we made an assumption that we are going to do a really good job at that, and we're going to move more people to that plan. That would save us about $828,000. We decided to go with the plan design change on the high deductible, since that plan was the most upside down when you looked at the premiums versus the expenses of the people that were participants of that plan. So we felt that that was an appropriate change. That was $930,000. So that left me $5.8 million to solve for. And the way that we did it, Brian and our team, we talked about many things, but we recommended to the mayor's office that we do an 8% increase in the employer premium and an 8% increase in the employee retiree premiums. So the way that that breaks down is that the city parish, the employer, the taxpayers are paying about $4.5 million of that increase, with the employees paying $1.3 million of that increase. And that is the proposal that we have before you this evening.
Thank you very much. We'll have a public hearing on the item. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? Anyone here wishing to speak on the item? All right, we now go to council members. Council members, any observations or comments, or is there a motion to approve? We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Hudson. Is there a second on the motion? So moved by Council. We're going to vote on the machines. We're going to vote on the machines. We have an objection. We're going to vote on the machines. Go ahead, Councilmember Noel.
I apologize, I forget the name. Mr. Scott, can I ask a couple of questions? Sure. So we met earlier, we talked a little bit about, we talked a lot about, and this is a lot for me to absorb because I'm not very familiar with insurance. Can you speak to, specifically with our high deductible plan, where ours falls as compared to industry standard?
Your high deductible plan is lower than industry standards. You have a $2,000 deductible, and then your plan pays 100% over that $2,000 deductible. Most plans have increased that deductible each year by a little bit to keep that plan as your low-cost option. It is designed for employees basically who are healthy, and they pay a lower premium, and they can put that savings into a healthcare savings account, which is very advantageous to your employees because money goes in tax-free, money comes out tax-free. So it's good to have a high deductible health plan, and your deductible is on the low side. That's why we recommend it. What's that?
We've just got a low high deductible.
We recommended it also because your two other plans, your HMO and your point of service, have an out-of-pocket of $2,500. Your high deductible plan only has an out-of-pocket of $2,000. So we brought it to parity with your other two plans.
How about the, so we had discussed, I know the recommendation is to increase the deductible from $2,000 to $2,500, correct?
Yes.
And then we discussed further having the out-of-pocket increased by $500 and an 80-20. Can you speak to that a little bit and what the industry standard is there?
What some groups have done to control the cost or lower the cost for those employees is they raise the deductible, let's say, to $3,000. And they put on, after $2,000, they put in 80-20 cost sharing with their employer. Rather than paying nothing like you do for the first $2,000, you would still do that. But anything over the $2,000 up to $3,000, you would have an 80-20 cost share there. You would pay 80% of the cost, and the employee or retiree would pay 20% of the cost.
And are you seeing more of that as far as industry standard?
We have seen a lot of that.
Okay. And so the proposal here, what we're voting on, it does not include that. Is that accurate?
And rather than having 80-20 share after 2,000, this would just automatically go to 2,500. So you would not have the employee or the retiree have to pay 100% of the cost up to 2,500. And so, but they could put that $2,500 up to $4,150 into a healthcare savings account.
Okay.
And use that money to pay for this.
And when we looked at the prescription medication, that some of them really, really expensive brand name or specialty items, those we were seeing are higher usage after we see it right after you said first, second quarter, and then beyond. And our fourth quarter is when we hit the hardest because people's deductibles are finished.
Employees and retirees pay 100% of the cost until they get to $2,000. Then it pays 100% of the cost after that. And so there is high utilization in the second half of the year because employees and retirees takes about 6 months on average to get to that deductible.
So when you say earlier that the high deductible plan is somewhat designed and desirable for your really healthy, I think you mentioned like 30-year-old employee, it would appear, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's being utilized in our system more from people who are not the healthy 30 because
Correct.
the fees get ratcheted up once they actually use it all and then continue.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. Like I said, the cost for your high deductible health plan, put my glasses on, is $16,000 per person per year, where your HMO plan is your best plan, most cost-effective plan, is only $11,800. Significantly difference in cost.
Okay.
So that's why we recommended an increase in deductible of $500.
Okay. And you think that solves the issue and not going further to the 80/20 on the co-insurance?
Those options are for you.
Did you recommend those originally?
We did not recommend any. We outlined all the options available to the city. Like I said, our actuaries pull your claims, and we know how much you paid for every service there is out there. And so we're able to tell you if you increase the copay by $5, what is the exact cost savings. We know if you increase the deductible by $500, what is the cost savings, because we have all of your data. So we outlined 12 different options for you, but the number of options available to you, since you're self-funded, you design your own health plans. You're basically the health insurance company. We're your actuaries, where we tell you what the rates should be based on your plan. If you do nothing, the rates should be 17% higher than what they are now. With these changes, your rates can be only 8%. And I had the cost, it was on, you can present it to many of you. The cost per an employee for some of these plans is only $5 per month increase in healthcare costs.
Okay, so let me get to some more of what we discussed in the meeting. We had discussed the potential for looking at those over 65, Medicare, that scenario, which I think we're going to look at the legalities of who's grandfathered and see what we can do, and that's going to be by ordinance. So we can, this vote tonight is not, we can make that change anytime, I believe.
What's that?
On the Medicare and who goes to Medicare, or
your
you have
administration,
to, or any of that can be done beyond this.
Your administration has been doing a good job of encouraging.
Only doing an open enrollment. We'd have to have an open enrollment.
You have to have an open enrollment if you make change off plan cycle.
Okay.
It has to be communicated at least 60 days in advance to the retirees.
Okay.
Like all plans do.
Sure.
This plan changes right now. You have to communicate to employees and retirees by 60 days in advance. They have to get.
Something else that got discussed was the potential, and it's something I believe y'all talked about. You see this in other plans. Again, this goes along those industry standard, is when we looked at the expenses of some of those medications, there's potential that we can have hey, if there's a generic, you have to go with the generic. If you go with the brand or the special, if it's a specialty, I guess that's not the case. But if you go with the brand over the generic, then more of the cost is shifted back to the employee or the person requesting it beyond the generic. I think I'm phrasing that correctly, but is that something that, again, do we need to make that change now if we do that, or can we make that change beyond, and would that trigger another open enrollment?
Yeah, you can make the change to how a benefit is paid throughout the year.
Okay.
But it's going to affect your employees who are on brand name drugs where there is a generic available. It's pretty noisy whenever you put that type of plan in place, because everybody's on a brand name, and if there's a generic available, they will have to pay the difference in the cost between that expensive brand name drug and the generic.
Yeah.
So some of these medications are very expensive.
I've seen it.
Yeah. So, and we present all that to you. We presented a 43-page report which outlined all your pharmacy costs.
But when you say some of them, and I apologize, I've just got time.
Yeah.
When you say they're very expensive, what we're seeing, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is that for somebody who's on the high deductible plan and they're finished paying that deductible, they don't care. They say, give me the brand. The generic, it doesn't matter because they're not paying it because it's being covered 100% here. Right? I mean, that's what we're seeing in these numbers, I believe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. I mean, that's why I think some of these changes we absolutely need to look at. And whether we make the changes tonight or going forward, you know, I do wish we had a little more time on this, but I think really we should have a lot more options on the table and look at a lot of different ways where we can make this beneficial. And when we talked about, and Linda, if you wouldn't mind, we talked about adding to this, the one item was the 500 increase in the co-insurance, and that would bring about 7% and 7% or 8% to the employer, and then 4% increase.
Yes, sir. So what I think would happen, since right now the employer's paying 79% of the premium and then the employees pay 21%, if you shared in the savings from going up with doing a co-insurance situation, you would go 7%, you could reduce the premium increases to 7%, 7%. If you passed on all that savings to the employee portion, then you could go 8% and 4%.
4% to the
But what
employee.
that would do is...
Linda, real quick, because I'm running out of time. I want you to finish that thought, but at the end of it, answer this question. If we defer this item again to explore some of these options, what would that do exactly to open enrollment, and how big of a deal would that be?
So I'll have to answer that, let Brian answer that, but I think it would push it into February. I think you would get into a situation where some people are expecting their FSA to be loaded at the beginning of the year, and that because we didn't enroll in January, that wouldn't happen, and they may not be able to take advantage of an FSA during January. If people wanted to take full advantage of their HSAs for the full calendar year, they couldn't just do it out of a payroll deduction. They may have to mail some checks in. Brian, am I covering it? Okay, so I think that's what that would do. But I want to make sure that you understand that right now, with the if with the deductibles on the high deductible, if we're going up of 500 and 1,000, okay. If the people that are utilizers of the plan, if let's say you are somebody that reaches 5,000 and 10,000, those people will pay an additional 1,000 and 2,000. So you could potentially, with this that you're doing, put the $2,000 increase a year on an employee, plus if you bring the monthly premium down to half, you could be talking about, in addition, $50 a month to an employee on top of that.
You're saying as proposed, or if we do the co-insurance?
If we do the co-insurance, and I think that we kind of talked about it, and we'll let Andy get up here, but I think that if we decide to do the co-insurance and do the additional on that we're probably going to need to rehab a public, and give the people that are impacted to have a public hearing concerning the new proposal.
So one last thing, and I apologize. If we take a look at the prescription situation and the Medicare, could that potentially give a big enough offset and correct in lieu of maybe pursuing the co-insurance increase? And I don't know if Scott is better to speak to that, or, I mean, I know it would have to be plugged in and quantified, but could that have a big enough impact to where we maybe don't have to go down that road?
So the preliminary discussions that we had with the parish attorney's office this afternoon after the meeting on the forcing all the retirees that are over 65 to be on the Medicare, we're looking into that. But because of the way that the ordinance is written, that could be problematic. We could look at people hired after 2006, because we had a resolution when we set the vesting plan that allowed that.
Okay.
But we may just be able to look at new hires hired
right.
after.
We're going to do something there.
Now, do
we
I
just
think
don't know who it's
that
gonna
can
impact.
get done before the plan year starts? No, sir. I don't.
I agree with that.
I think it needs to be part of the compensation study, actually.
Okay. How about the prescription part of it? What kind of impact could that have if we forced generic when it's available? Do we have an idea of what kind of a savings that we might be looking at in that scenario?
We would have to get those numbers from ESI, and it would be based on your current drug utilization. So we can provide those. That's a change that could be made during the planned year, you don't have to do that January 1st. So if there's additional savings that you all desire, we can look at some of those other pharmacy options.
Is there an average percentage difference between generic and brand?
It can vary. There's very expensive generics, and then there's generics that cost less than $10. When you go to fill them, they're not even the price of the copay.
But what's the percentage difference between a brand and a generic?
It really depends on the drugs. Because,
It varies a lot?
again, because you have drugs that are $3 and you have drugs that are $3,000 in the generic category and even higher.
Okay.
So just being a generic doesn't necessarily mean cheap. It just means that it's not a name brand that's
Okay.
available. The drug options, though, we can actually spread those out a little bit further, and then you all could make decisions later in the year and do things first quarter, second quarter. So you always have that flexibility. That doesn't have to fall on the January 1st plan design year.
Okay, and that won't trigger another open enrollment
It
if we
would
make
not,
those
no.
changes? Okay, thank you. Sorry I went
Sure.
over.
Councilmember Dunn. You was on Gen Time, so Councilmember Dunn.
Brandon was channeling his inner Aaron and Darryl over there. But
For sure.
made some great points. We were actually in the same meeting, as you guys know, and we went over the plan and what you presented in detail, very detailed. Looked at all the options. Many of the options were in line with industry standards, and many of our peer cities have already started to do some of that stuff. It seems as if we've arrived at the conclusion to just raise the rates and not execute on some of those options. We discussed and talked about and even looked at some models if we implemented some of those recommendations. I don't think all of the council has looked at those. Some of us have looked at them and had discussions. I just don't know that we have explored everything and ready to make a decision right now. I do think we need to look deeper into some of those options and see what decreases of rate that they would bring. I think that would be the path forward. I know we also talked about some of the options we brought up that would possibly trigger reintroducing the item because it's not in line with the language right now. I also know that we're up against the open enrollment deadline and things of that nature. But I'd ask us to consider, taking a deeper dive in some of these options that we discussed in the meeting that we was in. There was a previous meeting before us, and have the council look at all of those options. We're looking at this 8% rate increase on both sides, the employer and employee. But I do think some of these changes in plans and some of the industry best practice standards that you guys recommended would decrease that increase of rate. So, I don't know where everybody else stands, but I don't know if everybody got a chance to see some of the models that we were presented as soon as, or as late as 30 minutes before this meeting and what they would do. So I'll just offer that up and sit back and listen for everybody else.
There is a motion to approve by Councilmember Hudson and Councilmember Amoroso. There is a request by those in opposition that we vote on the machine. So we're going to vote on the machines.
Machines are open on the motion to approve. Motion fails.
Motion fails. I'd like to make a motion to continue the current rates into 2024.
Daryl's not here.
Second by Councilmember Dunn. Motion by the chair, seconded by Councilmember Dunn. I made a motion to continue the current rates into 2024.
No.
No, just into the first part of January of 2024.
May I ask a question about that?
Go ahead.
So how will that leave them with any gap? I just want to make sure.
Mr. Bernard?
I didn't hear, Councilwoman.
Okay, well, that's hold on.
What was your question?
Like me.
She asked the question, would that leave them with, go ahead.
A
ask your
gap.
question.
Will that leave them a gap of having insurance and all?
No, that would not leave a gap in employees having insurance. It would definitely leave a funding gap for the city that would have to be made up because they would have to make up the 8% increase that were going to be passed on to employees, plus the rate increase to the high deductible that we had recommended. So
Okay.
the city is going to have to find that additional, how many mil?
Well, so, well, in total, it's 7.5 million, okay? But we were already putting up 4.5.
Let me ask you what I'm trying to put. So from today, which is October 11th, so us voting this would come, this would be approved, would come into practice when?
January
1st.
We'd have open enrollment with the current rates, current plan design, and January 1 through December 31st of next year, these rates would carry through.
Okay. That's what I was asking. So based on the pro tem, what he's saying about January, will that go from January to December 2024?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And so what Linda is saying that would be $7 million?
Yes, ma'am. It's 7 million it's 7.5 million was the problem that I was solving for. $1 million of it was basically being generated through the plan design change, and 1.3 million of it was being generated through the employee increase. So if I had to generate $2.3 million, basically what I'm gonna have to do is go upstairs and balance the budgets, and I'm going to cut 74% of that out of the general fund, and I can tell you I'm going to fund it out of reserves. And unfortunately, the only things that I was funding out of reserves next year were equipment for the police and fire department, and so I'm going to have to not do that and fund the increase in the employee premiums in the total to balance the plan. By the plan of government makes us have a balanced budget.
Right.
I can't.
So the other question is, one of the things that I saw when they were talking about the options is moving the retirement. I know EBR did that like 10, maybe 15 years ago, where they did was it a different HMO? And so that was in considerable savings, and it did not jeopardize both active and inactive or retirees.
Yes.
So is that something that has ever been?
We have discussed that in the past. The section, there's a section in the ordinance that covers health, in the code of ordinances, that covers health insurance benefits. And what it basically says is that the retirees, as a retiree, you have an option to have health insurance coverage that is equal to the active employees, okay? So that is why in the past we haven't forced people to leave and go onto the Medicare Advantage plan, but we've tried to do everything that we can to encourage them, have a good plan, tell them how much better it is, but we have not forced the age 65 people to do that. And if we were able to legally do that, yes, ma'am, that would save, I think it's $10 million.
So the only thing standing between that decision and now is the ordinance? Plan of government?
We would have, no, it's not. I don't believe it's the plan of government. And maybe we need to get the parish attorney's office up here. But what I believe it to be is that they have a property right vested in that ordinance. And so usually when that happens, we always say those changes have to be made on new employees. My experience with the retirement system in that is that when we make benefit changes, we do it to new employees. And I've always been told it's because of the property right afforded in retirement. It's the plan of government, but for the health insurance, it's the code of ordinance.
So my mom was an East Baton Rouge Parish retiree when they made the change. So it must be something, and she was very happy, didn't lose anything, and really it put her in a position to get extra with the Medicaid or Medicare. I always get them confused. So to me, I concur, unless we're able to actually, not what we heard, and talk to, say, EBR and say what provided an opportunity, because I haven't heard any employees not happy with it. And I know it definitely was a benefit for my mom.
Yes, ma'am. I truly believe, and I remember when the school board did the change, and at first there was a bunch of people fussing, but then I think it was okay.
Yeah, because change is scary.
It is,
but
I don't. I think that they don't have the situation in their code, or they didn't have it in their structure that afforded the retirees the same rights as the active employees, and that's what we have to work.
And all
through.
I'm saying is, I would prefer to know. And
yes,
then,
ma'am.
so you all have with And I don't know if it's been second, but in seconding, like sound like sickening. But having given a second to Councilman Coe's, I think it would give you a year for us to really know. And if you would meet with us quarterly, so we won't wait and then you were putting it down, but so that we can know exactly what the information is as we go, I think it would assist in everybody in making a better decision. But
yes, Council.
On second thought, I would not be able to support it in that because we have not looked at everything.
And
Councilmember Dunn.
Let's stay up. I think the biggest concern and issue is just the rate increase, but not adjusting the plans. So my question is, can we get a commitment that those things that we discussed and brought up were in alignment with industry best practices, and some of our peer cities are doing them, and we're behind the 8 ball and hadn't done them quite yet, that we can get those things done? Because what we don't want is a year from now and we have to have another rate increase when we know we can make adjustments to the plan to minimize some of these deficits. So can one of you guys speak to that?
So, what was introduced tonight was the pay study. We're going to look holistically at our entire compensation plan for the pay study, during the pay study, and if moving, all retirees to Medicare Advantage, that's something we definitely going to have them look into, and that could be a third-party recommendation to us. That it's not us, it's not you making it, it's an independent analysis being done by a third party that can give us that information.
And just to shed light on that one, that was one that stuck out to me very much, and many others. The recommendation was that move would save $10 million.
That's correct.
So if you implement something like that or some form of that, depending on who we grandfather in or are legally able to grandfather in, those are the type of steps that we're asking them to consider and make happen, so we don't have to be back here next year and the next year doing a rate increase. So I guess that's where I'm at, and I wanted to take a step back and look at deferring to give those who didn't see that information or hear that information an opportunity to digest that. But if you guys are fine without evaluating that information and moving forward, I'm fine. But we talked about 3 or 4 different options that we felt could make some significant savings that I think we need to get on the record from the administration that we're going to move forward with those options. And if the
consultant
vendor could come up, I forget her name.
And if I could, just 1 second.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay.
What's your name?
Ms. Guillat.
Ms. Guillat. What was the term that you used? Because I know Linda used a more of a mandate term, and we don't want to use that. But how did you describe the example of us doing that transition? You used a term that I like.
So one of the things that other municipalities have tried, there's a large school board in the Lake Charles area. They did what they call as a positive opt-out.
That's it.
And so they invited all the retirees to a meeting so that they could go over the Medicare Advantage plan, talk about all the advantages of that plan compared to at that time, the school board's active program. And then if you didn't want to go into the Medicare Advantage plan, you had to sign a waiver saying that you opted out and that you wanted to remain in the active plan. And that's how they handled it. But they didn't have that same issue that you all have with that ordinance. Was it an ordinance or?
Yeah, we would have to address the ordinance piece, but I wanted to speak to that as well. And just for the record, can you speak to some of the savings or the benefits for most people who transition and the savings they saw and the benefits they saw?
Sure. So the Medicare Advantage plan is a fully insured Medicare Advantage plan. It's administered by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. The city pays, right now the rate is, I believe, $304 a month, and it's a fully insured rate. Medicare goes behind and pays for that retiree's claims. So you're shifting the cost that the city pays today under your plan to the federal government, in essence, and Blue Cross is administering it. These plans are designed to take care of retirees. There's a lot more benefits that are included in that plan, including transportation. They have things, case management and nurses who reach out to them. They get free gym memberships through the Silver Sneakers program. Starting January 1st, that plan is going to have a $2,000 fully embedded dental program, so your retirees wouldn't have to pay for dental coverage. It'll have a $300 vision benefit for for eye exams. It also has an $1,100 hearing benefit, which your active plan doesn't cover hearing aids. So there's a lot of advantages to that program if the retirees will attend the meetings that Blue Cross is holding in the next couple of weeks. They'll be able to find out more. And then they can also check all of their prescription drugs to see how they're covered. Starting in January, the drug program, generic drugs in Tier 1, if they go to a preferred pharmacy, those will be $0 copays for up to 90 days. So your members can get free generic drugs on the Medicare Advantage program. So there's a lot of enhancements there that are actually better than your active program.
Thank you. Dante, Linda, and Brian, could you, all three of you guys, come to the mic, please? Yes, sir. I want a commitment that we're going to move forward with exploring and putting some of these changes and recommendations into action.
Yes, you have my commitment to do that, Councilman, and as a matter of fact, as we get through with the Medicare Advantage plan, if that happens soon after the pay study is done, we have another open enrollment if that's their recommendation and the council wants to move on that. We actually would not have to wait until the end of the year or the beginning of next year. We could implement that as soon as we could get it to the council and we could get it passed.
Thank you, sir. Dante?
Yeah, the one thing that I wanted to just make sure I said here, and absolutely, we are going to look at every single one of these options and with a fine-tooth comb and see how much savings we can get. One thing that I'll say is at the last council meeting, we were asked to try to do our absolute best to mitigate the impact to the employees. And I believe that the proposal that we put in front of you tonight does that without limiting options, right? Because that was one of the things, or that was a number of the options in the list of 12 that we had that, yes, we could have cut costs, but we would have, like you said, limited the access to certain types of drugs, or we would have had to limit the number of hospitals that folks would have been able to go to. After tonight, though, we will absolutely be going back and engaging with council people every step of the way.
Thank you. Linda?
You absolutely have my commitment to look at those things, Councilman Dunn.
Thank you.
Councilmember Adams, and I just want to make mention to the council if we want to revote on what's currently before us, we can do so. Councilmember Adams.
Sometimes it's like the mayor pro tem reads my mind.
Locked in.
And we haven't known each other that long. First of all, I want to thank the administration. I know that y'all have put a lot of hard work. I want to honor that, and I know these discussions are really hard, but I also think these are really, really important discussions to have. Insurance is complex. Costs are really spiraling out of control. And so, I hope that we can be your partners in trying to figure that out. This is certainly my intention. And with that statement, I would like to make a motion to reconsider.
You have to reconsider. It's a new motion to approve.
You can just make a motion to approve.
Well, we motion to reconsider and defer.
Oh, you want to defer? You could just make the motion to defer.
Okay. Motion.
Substitute motion. I can withdraw my motion. I'll withdraw my motion. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to defer for 2 weeks.
Motion to defer for 2 weeks, seconded by Councilmember. Go ahead, Councilmember Dunn.
I'm gonna make a substitute motion to approve.
Substitute motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Coleman. So let's be clear. The original motion is to defer by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Amarosha. The substitute motion is to approve as is by Councilmember Dunn, seconded by Councilmember Coleman.
Seconded by Goday.
Seconded by Goday. I'm sorry, Ms. Amarosha. Just trying to give you flowers. All right. We're going to vote on a substitute motion, but Council, I'm coming to you right now, sir. Sir, huh? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Adams.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Councilmember Adams has withdrawn her motion. Councilmember Hurst.
Hey, I go back to this, and I had made this comment earlier, and I do want it on public record, that I said if we always do what we always did, we always get what we always got. So if we don't do something that, as we do incremental increases every year, that we incrementally increase the insurance, then 5 years from now, we're going to be fighting the same battle. So even if it's just a 1 or 1.5% increase every year, something very minimal, when that 5-year mark hits, people aren't scared out of the wazoo when we come with some numbers like this. and they had some really good statements as to why it couldn't be done. And I actually agree with them based on what I was told, but I know in every why it can't be done, there's a why it can't be done. So I ask that you explore and make sure that we look at those options to figure out how we can slice it and dice it. We have to compartmentalize certain ways to do this, to not be in conflict with other things that we deal with, that this be an option to make sure we're not here in the future. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor to approve as is. We're going to vote on the machines.
Machines are open on the motion. Machines are open on the motion to approve.
Passes. Item passes.
Motion carries.
We now go to item 68, appointing the president and vice president of the East Baton Rouge Parish Sewage Commission for the period of January 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 by Council Administrator Treasurer. Current president and vice president is?
Councilman Rocca and Councilman Dunn.
I would like, anyone here wishing to speak on the item, I'd like to make a motion we leave those two individuals as president and vice president. Motion is second. Any objection? None. Having none, the item carries. Congratulations. Item 69, a resolution providing the U.S. flag retirement boxes in East Baton Rouge Parish by Councilmember Denise Amorosa. Is anyone here wishing to speak on the item? Councilmember Amorosa.
Thank you. Going a little bit direction here, something that's not quite so serious. As you can see, we've got this box that's here up in the front of our podiums. And so what we have done is we have made a resolution, which I'd like to read just part of it. Whereas the parish of East Baton Rouge seeks to provide locations throughout the parish for flags to be deposited for proper and respectful retirement of the flag, and therefore be it resolved that the parish of East Baton Rouge, Louisiana, will provide U.S. flag retirement boxes throughout the parish at select locations so that the flags can be deposited and respectfully retired. Adopted this 11th day of October 2023, introduced and discussed at a public meeting of the Parish Council. Now therefore be it resolved by the Metropolitan Council of the Parish of East Baton Rouge and the City of Baton Rouge that the members of the Metropolitan Council, in conjunction with Mayor President's Veterans Advisory Council on Veterans Affairs, do hereby recognize and observe the proper respect for the flag of our country, and hereby provides U.S. flag retirement boxes at various East Baton Rouge Parish government locations. Each one of our council members have sitting at their desk, they have a QR code that hopefully you have found. The exciting thing about this QR code that it is the first, we have the first interactive ordinance in history of our city. So it is considered a living document in that it can change. So if you scan the QR code, it will right now give you the location of the boxes, the code of our flag, and the folding instructions. And so as our president of our Veterans Committee over there sees fit, she will go in there and change things on that site. So we are very excited about this. These are going to be located around the parish at our local libraries. So the box will also have the QR code on the front, so it will also tell you other locations where our boxes will be located. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Amorosa.
Thank you. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve by Councilmember Amorosa, seconded by the chair. Any objections? We now go to item 72, amending the 2023 current expense budget for the City Constable's Equipment and Training Fund as to appropriate $54,430 from the fund balance unassigned by the constable. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? Now go to Councilmember. Motion to approve by Councilmember Coleman, seconded by the chair. Any objections? Item 72 has been approved. Item 73, authorizing the Mayor President on behalf of the Baton Rouge Police Department to amend the current BRPD Axon Enterprise contract to increase the annual payment by $301,473.80 for a period of 4 years for a total cost of $1,205,894.75 by the police chief. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on item 73? We now go to council members. Is there a motion? Motion to approve by the chair. Is there seconded by Councilmember Coleman? Any objections? Item 73 has been approved. Item 74, amending the Title 6, Chapter 4, Part 2, Code of Ordinances of the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge to amend Section 6:404 so as to add penalties for enforcement by development directors. Anyone here wishing to speak on item 74? We now go to council members.
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 74.
Item 74, anyone here? Council members, motion to approve by the chair, seconded by anyone? Council member Knoll. Any objections? Item 74 has been approved. Item 75, amending Title 6, Chapter 4, Part 1 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge to amend Section 6:379 so as to add penalties and enforcement by Development Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on item 76?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 75.
I haven't checked that we've done it. Is there a motion? Is there anyone wishing to speak on item 75? Go to 70. Councilman Mamarosa. I got it.
Can somebody come and explain the changes? The penalties and enforcements, and I'm assuming that 74 and 75 are basically the same thing.
Yes, ma'am. 74 and 75 are exact same thing in the ordinance. The way it's done is that one's inside the city limits and one's outside the city limits, so both had to be done. The change is anything now that goes to blight is, whether it's on the property or on the right-of-way in front of the property, has to go through the whole 6 weeks to 2 months of handing out, going to blight court. This allows on the stuff on the right-of-way that we don't have to wait that long to go get it. It allows us to do 72 hours, put a notice out there, and then just send a letter for a little bit of a fine if it's not picked up within the 72 hours. It's just a shorter window for the stuff on, not what's on the actual property itself. That has not been changed. That stays the same process of having a certified mail somebody, having to give them the time to clean up before we actually do that.
So it's going to expedite the whole.
On public right of way.
Excellent.
Motion to approve. Is there a motion to approve item 75? So moved by Councilmember Amorosa, seconded by Councilmember Moak. Moak has a question.
So, hold on real quick, on that fine thing. Yes. So we're expediting the fine of the property owner?
Yes.
Okay.
For in front, if it's something that is deemed to be blight and something that would go through the full process and be blight for that anyway. It's not adding on saying that we can give a new charge to somebody.
They take something out to the road.
This is
dump it on there in front of their house by the road. We go out, deem that blight. I mean, am I misunderstanding this? And you put a sign out there, and 72 hours later or whatever, then we can find them.
Yes, if it's deemed blight, not garbage, There's a difference between illegal dumping, eviction debris, and what somebody puts out for their garbage collection.
Okay, so this is like tenants move out of a rent home and they dump everything on the side of the road.
Yes.
That's blight.
Yes.
Okay. And we're going to 72 hours. We send it out, and then it gets picked up.
We will that gives us the ability to go ahead, we will then pick that up and be able to send a letter with a fine on that.
Okay, but along with this letter with the fine, we're going to go out and pick it up and get it done.
It allows us to.
We're not going to wait till we send the fine, wait for them to pay the fine and all that kind of stuff.
Correct.
Okay. Just make sure the whole process is there, because it just sounded like that.
No.
Oh, yeah, we get to fine them faster, but stuff still goes sit down on the side of the road.
No. It allows us, we're picking up right now basically because if it's on the right of way, a lot of it's being picked up before it goes to blight court because we just can't leave that there. This allows us the leeway to actually send a little bit of the fine out.
Now, what about dumping in general areas? Like Adam took care of a great process for me on Mammoth. Just an open warehouse district, open land. People have been dumping stuff. There's a burnout dump truck there also. Now, the dump truck, you could probably get the serial numbers off of it or VIN numbers and stuff. But just open land, what happens there? same thing? We pick it up, but there's nobody to find?
Yes,
Okay,
usually.
all right. Thank you.
Motion by Councilman Amoroso. I said seconded by Councilmember Noel. Councilmember Noel.
Vince, sorry. I just had one question that got triggered when Councilman Moak was speaking. With regards to the fines, in a scenario like he brought up, but that might be a multifamily, who would be fined? Is it
The landowner.
the landowner? But how would you identify if it's multiple owners and you don't know who put it there?
That would be the landowner, multifamily.
Because sometimes multifamily is owned by multiple people. You know, a fourplex and it's condominiums, you got 4 owners.
Understand, but true.
How would
I'll
we-
have to get back with you on that one. I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
That was unless, Rachel, you want to help?
So they all own a piece of tract of land, right? So wherever that debris would be sitting on, that person would get fined for that.
But usually if you're talking about right of way, they don't own the right of way.
You're still responsible, without these changes, for maintaining the right of way on your piece of break directly in front of your piece of property.
Okay.
That is each property owner in this parish's responsibility.
Okay. So it would be probably common ground, maybe the HOA would be fined in a
No.
scenario where it's, because in a condo, you don't own a piece of land. In a townhome, you do.
If
but in
you're a
condo, you
renter,
don't.
there's still one property owner. Like if there's a fourplex on a piece of property,
Mhm.
you're considered a tenant, right? And there's still a property owner for that land.
So no. So there's what
I
people
could
would
say
call
for a big complex, right?
No,
Yes, so there would be
but
common
There's
area.
scenarios where there's like a fourplex,
Mhm.
and they're condominiums. They're not townhomes, so they don't own the land. They only own from interior wall space through, and so and it's individually owned. But there's common area in an HOA. So in that scenario,
Yeah.
would the HOA then be fined
Yes.
because the common area is owned?
Yes.
Is that
That's
okay?
not, yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Dunn.
I'm going to piggyback off of Brandon and encourage you to look at the HOA, because as a condominium owner, we don't own the front facing or any common area, but multiple owners own multiple units throughout that complex. So you're going to have to look at the HOA, because you won't all the time find the debris in front of a specific site.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a legal entity that's responsible for, we'll call it grounds upkeep, and is still responsible for
Well,
that.
that's the HOA.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
and so
So
that they would be the person
y'all
that
need
would
to
be
explore looking at
seen. Yes, sir.
There's a motion to approve by Councilwoman Amoroso. Is there a second? The second by Councilman Moak. Are there any objections to item 75? The item passes. Council members, I skipped item 70, a resolution creating a juvenile justice and EBR jail task force designated the membership of the committee and setting the duties of the committee by Councilmember Darrell Hurst. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We go to council members. Councilmember Hurst. Motion to approve by Councilmember Hurst, seconded by the chair. Are there any objections? Tim Wilkinson. You want to speak on this item, sir? You good? All right. Any objections? Item 70 has been approved. Got to item 76 now. We did 71. Yeah, we spent 3 hours on 71, sir. Yep. Item 76, authorizing settlement of claim of Murray Tate and damages resulting from an auto accident caused by a Public Works employee in the amount of $15,000 by the parish attorney. Is anyone here wishing to speak on item 76? We now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve? So moved by the chair. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Coleman. Any objections? Item 76 has been approved. 77, authorizing a settlement in the matter entitled Peggy Fields versus East Baton Rouge Parish in an amount of $28,000 plus court costs in the amount of $274 for a total amount of $28,274. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We now go to council members. Council members, is there a motion to approve? So moved by the chair. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Coleman. Any objections? Item 78 has been approved. Excuse me, item 77. Council members, page 13 We go to item 86, authorize the mayor president to execute a supplemental agreement number 1 to the contract with Jacob Engineering for Stormwater Division Program Management Services for additional compensation in an amount not to exceed $400,000. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on item 86? We now go to council members. Is there a motion?
Council
So
members,
moved.
you should have received one email comment opposed to item 86.
So moved by council member Adams, seconded by the chair. Any objections? 86 has been approved. We now go to item 87, authorizing the mayor president on behalf of the Baton Rouge Police Department to amend the existing professional legal services contract and between the city of Baton Rouge, parish of East Baton Rouge on the office of the parish attorney by Timothy W. Hardy of Brazil, Saxon, and Wilson, LLC. Increase with compensation by $60,000 for services performed in prior years by PRPD. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We now go to council members.
Council members, you should have received one email comment opposed to item 87.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Coleman, seconded by Councilmember Dunn. Councilmember Adams.
I just have some questions about this item. Is this for past invoices due?
And the parish attorney, Andy Dodson, is coming.
The two partners from the law firm that I handle this matter, Tim Hardy and Jim Raines, are here, and they can answer any questions you have. I'll step in if need be.
Thank you.
It's from 2021.
And how much did we owe you from 2021?
$84,220.30, if I recall correctly.
Okay, and this is for 60,000.
Yeah.
And so will that be a paid in full bill?
We'll consider it paid in full.
Okay. I think that's probably all the questions I have for this moment.
Councilmember Rock.
I have questions for Parish Attorney Anderson Dodson. Just to clear up, because I think there's been some miscommunication in the media and online. So $60,000 is what is owed to Brazil Saxy because they exceeded their contract in 2021 without having council approval for those funds.
What happened is that okay. What I remember happening, Councilwoman, and don't hold me to this, is that they were allotted a certain amount per their contract, and they did go over that amount, and then they sought to have the contract increased to cover the amount that had billed over that amount. That's what I remember from Inquiry. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so do you remember the original contract amount?
I believe it was, they started out at 78, but it was increased one time, and they sought to get it increased again. I think it was 150 at the time. Don't hold me to that. I don't have that in front of me. I think that's right.
And they never stopped performing services, correct?
No, they did what they're supposed to do and provided representation to the chief. That's correct.
Okay, but they never stopped representing the chief at any point in time, did they?
To my knowledge, they have not. No, ma'am.
And they never withdrew from any of those cases, did they?
Not at this time. Y'all have not, right?
Okay, because the chief is making a narrative that he no longer had services because his legal fees were denied by the council, but that's not accurate, is it?
Right. I can't answer that question. You have to ask the chief that. All I can tell you is that they have worked and they have continued to represent the chief as far as I'm concerned. That's what I can tell
That
you.
was my understanding as well. Prior administration, whenever I worked in the parish attorney's office, is if someone exceeded their contract without council approval, that contract and those services would be denied. Has that policy been changed with your office?
I've never heard of that policy. When I took over, it's happened a few times before, and we've had it happen many times before where attorneys are just feverishly working on a file. They go over. There's not money there to pay them, and then we come to council to get an increase. I don't think that's uncommon. I don't know about that policy, as far as I know.
So, and moving forward, I understand that we're going to have a large amount of conflict counsel for some matters that have arisen. Do you foresee any issues that we have with their
Councilwoman? How you know that already, Councilwoman?
I just know.
How you know
I
that
things,
already?
Sir. I know people talk a lot.
They shouldn't be talking.
They talk.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
So, do we have safety mechanisms in place to make sure that those attorneys aren't exceeding whatever their tell me how we have protection.
Councilwoman, the way that it always works is this, and you know this because you worked in the department. Someone is hired on a contract. That contract is set for a certain amount. They're giving a hourly billing rate, which is the Attorney General's opinion. The Attorney General's set rate absent some kind of showing of a specialty or need to increase that amount. 90% of our contracts, and don't hold me to that, but I'll say the majority of our contracts are at the established Attorney General rate. They are not to exceed, and they know they're not to exceed that amount. They send in quarterly statements to that effect. Every now and then, does it go over that? Yes, but they are told when they are hired, then that's their amount, and they're not to exceed it. But there are times that they may exceed it by $1,000 or $2,000, just because they're working and they don't realize it until they get their bill together that they've gone over that amount. I don't think there's been any intent of anyone to go over to seek additional amounts. I just think that that's just what happened in the course of representation.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, I understand that your office has worked closely with Brazil Saxe to eliminate some billing issues and that we had discussed previously. Can you just talk about some of the things that they've changed to make sure that they don't exceed or they don't go over the bill, and some of the mechanisms they put in place, you put in place, like contacting us when they reach 2/3 of their contract amount?
Yes, I will say this. There was an overall discussion with Brazil Saxe about, where the intent of the council was and things that may need to be changed, but they took it upon themselves to make certain changes and do certain things, and I'll let them elaborate on what they've done to be able to do that. And to answer it, I'm sorry, I lost thought on the second part of your question. I think it was regarding, say it again, the second part?
So both, my point is, both their office and your office have worked together to put some safety mechanisms in place to see that they don't exceed the amount of their contract without coming to the council first. And I think those have worked. I think Councilman Knoll had mentioned that.
Oh, the 2/3 is what you're asking about.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir, 2/3.
So that was something that Councilman Hudson and Councilman Knoll both requested, and they have complied with. Recently, towards the end of this year, when they were analyzing where their funds were, they saw that they were at that 2/3 amount, and they notified my office. We began meeting internally about what would happen if they weren't able to obtain additional funding to be able to complete the year, and how my office would be able to transition those cases if need be. So that mechanism we put in place, and that mechanism worked in that particular situation.
Is there a projection moving forward, what it's going to look like towards the end of the year for our
this firm?
Yes, sir.
They can answer that question, as
Okay.
well as what they put in, what mechanism they put into place.
That's what item 88 is. Item 88 is a request for additional $50,000. So the budget got cut in half at the end of the year last year for this year. Okay. So we're asking for $50,000 to finish out the year. As you probably see the news, there's likely going to be an uptick in internal affairs cases toward the end of this year. And so we're out of money, and we're asking for more to finish out the year.
Can you tell us what that amount is this year and what the contract amount is? Just
$78,000.
$78,000 with an additional $50,000 on top.
Correct.
Which comes in less than last year, correct?
Yeah, it's still less than what it
And
was
what
last
was
year.
last year's amount, if you remember?
150.
I'm sorry.
150.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Dunn.
And if you could just correct me if I'm wrong, I think I heard that they were owed some $80,000.
I think it's 84 and some change. Yeah,
and this
84.
item is $60,000. Can you speak to why it's not the full amount?
I think they need to answer, but I'll tell you what my understanding
Let
is
me
from
hear from you, then I'll ask
what they
Mr.
told
Hardy
me.
to come up and give me his interpretation.
My understanding is that there was some concern. First of all, I think it was their intent to show the council that, and I told this to Councilman Knoll earlier. I think it was their intent, my interpretation, their intent to show the council that it's not about getting a dollar. Okay, it's about them doing the work for the chief and doing the work they think they were doing, and trying to get some kind of recovery for the amount that they actually put into work and properly billed, getting some recovery on that amount. Jim has further explained that there was some discrepancy or some disagreement about roughly $16,000 that was billed to the city, and they, in good faith, added an additional $8,000 and rounded it off to $24,000 total. They'd be willing, and some change, they'd be willing to take off their bill for a total amount owed that would now be $60,000. So that's my understanding.
Okay, Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy, you can add.
Yes, Councilman, what we did, there was an individual that worked on the file. And it's pretty clear in the contract that before other individuals are added by name, we get authority actually from the parish attorney's office. To be very blunt, In that instance, that individual was working, people knew that individual was working, but we didn't go through the proper channels to get that person approved. So to show good faith, what we've chosen to do, so to minimize any controversy, we have not only removed those persons' rates that they file the total fees, but even more than that. So there will not be a controversy that we're trying to do something that is some kind of way unsavory.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Appreciate you evaluating that situation and making those steps in good faith. I also want to uplift the fact that we all see the increased need for representation, and I think that's mainly because this chief has implemented a 21st century policing model where he's held law enforcement to a standard much higher and accountability much higher than previous chiefs have. So naturally, those cases will increase and his need for representation will increase. Specifically with what's going on recently, we're going to see an increase. So I want to make sure this body understands that there will be more cases, there will be more need for representation, and I'd impress upon us to do what we can to give our chief the budget and the resources to have his representation. Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudson.
I want to quickly echo Cleve's, Councilman Dunn's sentiments about Mr. Hardy and the firm in its entirety and your ability to work with us. We do appreciate it. One correction, the item that we voted on in December of last year was actually 230, right? And so I think that amount does highlight the need that we had some changes to make, right? And I want to thank the chief and everyone involved for participating in that and making sure that we got these costs back under control. So I'm very encouraged by what we're doing. I do think that the contracting out services in many instances makes sense. It made sense when we started this process. We just need to get the costs under control. So thank you all for participating in that effort, and I'll make a motion to approve.
I think there's a motion has already been made by Councilman Coleman, seconded by Councilman Dunn, Councilman Noel.
Thank you. So I'm going to echo some of these sentiments. So I had the opportunity to meet with you gentlemen about the contract, and I appreciate the steps y'all have taken to be cognizant of the bill, and we can see the fruits of that in the fact that we've come in with a $78,000 contract, and we're looking at 50 more this year versus 150 or 230. Just some context for everybody to understand where this came out of. So there was a contract that, if I understand, was 78, and then it got increased. Y'all came and asked for an increase. And what we discovered after going back and looking at the billing is at the moment that this meeting, and that was in 21, I believe, when that meeting occurred, the billing had already gone beyond what we were approving at that meeting. So that's why then there was another request for, I think, the 84, which was putting us at the 230,000. And it was, for me, when you talk about, one of the only tools we have, budgetary, it seemed like there was nobody watching these dollars. And I don't think it was on purpose. It was just everybody was doing their roles. You guys were representing. The chief was taking action that he needed to take, but nobody was looking, and we were blowing past. I think I said it many times back then. It was like, why do we even have a number on the contract if nobody's watching it? And so that's where these discussions started, because we were at 230,000, and when y'all were asking for an increase the first time, you had already gone past it, but nobody said, hey, by the way, we're here now, but we're going to be back in a few weeks because we've already gone past what you're approving tonight. So from my standpoint, it felt disingenuous, and I don't think that was the intent, but I was like, okay, who's watching this? So I felt like some oversight was needed. So that's why we put into place, I know it was stated that it was requested by Councilman Hudson and I on the 2/3. It was actually voted on by this body to decrease the contract to 78 and be contacted at the 2/3 when it hit 2/3 so that we could do this. And again, I think I applaud y'all because you have gotten the cost down. I think everybody's cognizant of it and watching, which is the point. That's what we're trying to do, is make sure that, hey, these are everybody's tax dollars, and somebody needs to be watching it. So you all have done that, and then you contacted that 2/3, laid out, here's the cases that we have coming, and I think most of us, if we know about them, these are, again, some bad actors who I think the chief is making the right move on, and these things need to be seen through. And so I think, and I know I'm kind of talking about item 88 with the 50,000 increase and not necessarily the arrears, but speaking about the 60,000 from what should be from y'all's standpoint an 84. I know it's an absolute technicality when we went through and scrutinized, but I hope y'all understand, and I know, Jim, you asked me about that. It's like, hey, does anything else get scrutinized? Well, things get scrutinized when our constituents ask us to scrutinize them. And so when we look at a contract and we see that, okay, there's somebody working on this who, all words have meaning. Attorneys have told me that my whole life. And so when we looked at that and we see that that was missed and that was improperly billed because it wasn't approved properly, it's, from my standpoint, I feel like that can't be unknown or unseen, and we have to address it. And so that's why we got to that point, and I think I thank y'all for recognizing that and then going a step further and reducing it even more. So I appreciate y'all's approach with this in good faith to even go 50% more of what we thought was a discrepancy and dropping it 24,000. I think that's a great step forward. So I appreciate the actions y'all are taking to help us have oversight over the taxpayers' dollars as they're used in this manner.
Thank you, Councilman.
Motion by Coleman, second by Dunn. Are there any objections? Item carries. We now move on to item 88, authorizing the mayor president on behalf of the Baton Rouge Police Department to amend, gentlemen, stay standing right there, to amend the existing professional legal services contract entered into between the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge on behalf of the Office of the Parish Attorney and Timothy W. Hardy of Brazil, Saxon, Wilson, LLP, for an amendment would increase the compensation by $50,000 for current services to be performed. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 88.
Congratulations again on your award, Reverend Anderson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or good evening. Reverend Alexis Anderson, 248 Steel Boulevard. My question has to do with planning for the future, that as these contracts are continually being brought up, as lawsuits are continually being brought up, and we are trying to plan for a transition to new leadership, my question is, are we making plans to do a forensic audit of all the expenses, all of the budgeting, all of the lawsuits, all of the current issues that are going on, so that any future candidates might have a very clear picture of what they are going to be inheriting? I also think that it is just good stewardship to analyze where we are, because it feels like in each of these meetings, we are constantly making exceptions, which tends to say that the budgeting process itself may not have been accurate. And as I've mentioned on many, many occasions, there are constantly settlements and lawsuits on almost every single agenda. So I do think, and I would like to make that suggestion as a citizen, that this Metro Council would consider, prior to the implementation of the search, to make a very thorough forensic audit so that anybody coming in knows what they are inheriting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, anyone else here wishing to speak on the item? Councilmember Adams.
I guess, Mr. Raines, are you kind of lead on these cases?
Yes.
Okay. How many cases are y'all working on right now for the police chief?
It's a good question, but I don't know how many we have open right now.
You can guess. I'm not gonna. I mean, like, it's not 3. Is it 10?
No, it's more than 3. We've had 40 something this year.
Okay, 40. And so, what types of offenses are you seeing? What types of disciplinary actions?
Oh, it varies a lot. I mean, you could have something simple like somebody got a DUI, right? Or we had a case earlier this year where somebody who was an officer stole something from a store, switched some price tags, and the chief terminated him, and then he appealed it, and so then we went to trial on that here.
How many of these would you say are, I don't even know how to phrase it, but they're excessive force, they're something that makes an officer a harm or could possibly considered, harmful to the community?
I don't know how many well, okay, so there are probably, because of what you see in the news, maybe there are going to be some cases that deal with that issue. I haven't dealt with any of those this year yet, but we have had unlawful searches. I mean, there's things that have
What's
happened.
that whistling noise?
It's the wind outside. Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Y'all using up my time here.
So we were supposed to go to trial like 2 weeks ago on 2 cases back to back, both dealing with warrantless searches of homes. And the problem with that is then if you do that and it's not right, then it affects the criminal case against those individuals, which is what happened in those cases. So it does impact the community.
That's what I was asking. Yeah.
Right.
So, but others are for I mean, certainly you don't want a police officer changing a price tag on something, but that's not, certainly an offense.
Right. It's theft, but it's not direct harm to an individual.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to, with everything that's in the news, I'm trying to measure, how much of this we're seeing. And so how did y'all come up with the $50,000 estimate moving forward? Are you basing that on, we have this many cases on average? This is about what these cases cost. I'm just kind of curious as to how you came up with this number.
We were just projecting as what we thought would, based on, when we were at 2/3, by the time we got through prepping for trial and everything and coming up in September, by the end of August, we're basically out, right? And so we're covering September, August through the rest of the year.
So this is for the last quarter.
But this is basically the last quarter of the year, correct?
Of the year.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's all I have.
Sure.
That's all I have for you. I just want to walk through a few numbers. Since 2018, the chief has spent over $500,000 on outside legal counsel. 172,000 of that was spent on just 2 officers who did not have, who were not being charged or disciplined for anything that was a harm to the community, that was harmful to an individual or an excessive force. Of the 20 officers that the chief mentioned 2 weeks ago who'd fired or resigned, the legal cost for those individuals was $127,000. So I think that it's critical that we continue to keep an eye on these and make sure that that we are only bringing in outside counsel when we are working hard to protect the community and not just giving people a blank check to spend money to $172,000 on 2 officers that did not do anything harmful to an individual in the community. That's a lot. That's a lot of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Councilman Manoa.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe make comment on Reverend Anderson's comments. I think that's appropriate, doing a deep dive on the finances and being able to give that when it comes to the search. But I think there needs to be clarity for those who don't realize this body has nothing to do with the search or the hiring or firing of a chief. That all lies with the mayor. So I think that statement and that approach would certainly need to be and should be articulated to the mayor and to the, I believe there was a search committee formed. And so, I don't know if it's a search committee, but a committee formed to make a decision on the chief or help make that decision. So I think they need to hear that. But again, this body has nothing to do with the hiring, firing of the chief or policies within the police department, who's hired, fired, bad actors, all of that. Budgetary is the only approach we have, which we've discussed at length, which these agenda items are for. That's our only tool when it comes to any of this. So who's fired, who's disciplined, hiring and firing of the chief, all with the administration, not this body. So I just wanted to clarify that for those who may not be aware. Thank you.
Councilmember Coleman.
Just a quick note here. Anyone who takes a position, the first thing that they do, if they're smart, is to do an audit. So that would be in line with what you all are saying. So just thought I'd let that be known.
Councilman Banks.
I think we have to be careful in minimizing and putting a value on the degree of police wrongdoing. The Bible talks about how a little fox, spoils the whole whatever. I'm sure I got that scripture wrong, but anywho, y'all Google it and give it to me before I finish. Go on. I'm tired, but anyway, my whole point is, I'm gonna go back to the Alton Sterling. Y'all Google it before I go now. It's about a fat fox. Just Google fox and an apple, and all of that. But anyway, hope my pastor not watching. But anyway, when officers don't start big in becoming row officers, they start with small acts that are overlooked, and they continue to fester and grow. And basically, that's how all crime starts, with petty crime. So often we talked about the fact that when Alton Sterling was murdered, all he was doing was selling illegal CDs. He was not doing any harm to anybody in the community, just like the guy who the police officer changed the price tag. And just from that one little thing, that a row cop who had gotten away with an atrocity for years and years and years, it cost a $5 million settlement to his family. It cost, I think, $3.2 million in overtime for law enforcement. It caused businesses to close down. So it caused one of his aunts to have a stroke. So we cannot in any way begin to say what doesn't harm the community, because it caused, the indirect caused 6 of our law enforcement officers to be ambushed. So from one person selling illegal CD is no different from a police officer changing the tag. And so whatever it costs for those two, you cannot predict, any of us, where we become passive and dismissive about row cops and saying it and equating that to a price of what the chief has to do. The other thing is all the officers are looking. And if they see that because we minimize and defunded our police chief's opportunity to hold any officer accountable, then we are sending a message to an entire force that we look the other way. So I commend and I appreciate you all representing the police chief. I know Attorney Hardy is doing an excellent job. I don't know you, sir, but I'm impressed by your presentation. I'm very happy that you all are the outside counsel, and certainly any funding that you need that is in reason and you can justify, I don't see why any of us would not. Okay. And while we're at it, Solomon 2:15-17, the little foxes that spoil the vines, for our vine has tender grapes. Little fox refers to attitudes and habits that we often overlook. Excuse Charter Bible class, October
Thank you.
11, 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May the church say amen.
Is there
Councilmember
a
Tweedy.
motion on, is there a motion on the floor? Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Dunn, seconded by Councilmember Banks. Are there any objections to the motion? Item 88 has been approved. Council members, if you would now, item 89, authorize the mayor president to rename the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison to the East Baton Rouge Parish Jail and Correctional Facility by Councilmember Hurst. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item?
Mr. Hardy.
Council
Anyone
members,
wishing- Go ahead,
council
go ahead.
members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 89.
Anyone wishing to speak on item 89, come on down. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Talita Hayes. I am here to tell you one thing. Changing the name of the parish prison is not going to change the conditions and what families have to go through. Being a person who has incarcerated loved ones, a person who once myself walked through the parish prison, but God spared me. You look at to change the name of a prison. Are you going to change the inside of it? Are you going to give the families more confidence that their family members are going to be safe inside of it? I ask you to delay this, do more research into incarcerated families who have people in there, and see what they feel about you changing the name of a place. It's not going to change what's going on.
That's right.
Just to change a name is not going to stop people from going to jail. And to change it to a correctional centers, you're not rehabilitating them there. The parish prison is a place you're supposed to go for pre-trial. You're supposed to be there until you go to court. Then you go, and if you're going to do time, you're going through the DOC system. If you want to change something, change what's going on in the inside. Work with the community, work with the incarcerated families, work with the people inside, because you have a lot of complaints about the parish prison. You have a lot of things going on with parish prison. Changing the name is not going to stop. So I ask you on behalf of the incarcerated families that I represent, that I work with in the community, don't even think about doing this.
That's right.
You change your name doesn't change conditions. Reach out to the incarcerated families. Find more reentry programs to help rehabilitate. Go out more in our communities with our youth and everybody to stop them from going to the parish prison. Give an alternative of going. So tonight I ask you all, I can't tell you what you're going to do what you want to do, but changing the name is not going to change the situations that we have in our community dealing with the parish prison. And I forgot my address, 2636 Monroe Avenue. So I'm asking y'all, he could know I'm out in the community all the time, and I have a loved one, incarcerated loved one, and I work with families. And on behalf of them, changing the name is not going to change the situations inside. But I'll be willing to work to help to change the things that's going inside the parish and with the incarcerated families. A name ain't got nothing to do with what's going on in the parish prison. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on down. State your name, address for the record.
Amelia Herrera, 1709 Cedar Lake Drive. I want to just pivot off of what Talita is saying right there. It is important to address the issues inside of this facility: the inhumane treatment, the criminalization of mental health, poor and inadequate health care, that violent culture that leaves family members like myself afraid when that telephone rings. So first of all, I want to thank Councilman Hurst, because somebody's really listening. We have been fighting, saying this is not a prison. This is a pretrial detention facility. So I know the difference between correctional facility and pretrial. But of late, people have been staying in that place for 6 and 7 years. Some folks don't even come out. It's more of a debt tune than it is a place where people are supposed to be waiting innocent until they're proven guilty. So let me go back and say that if we invest in solutions that are evidence-based and stop criminalizing poverty and mental health issues, then I failed to see the need to change the name. I kind of moved toward removing the place altogether. Thank you.
Come on down. State your name and address for the record, please.
Once again, Reverend Alexis Anderson, 248 Steel Boulevard. Many years ago, we met with the sheriff and a number of other people to suggest that it was an inappropriate name for a pretrial facility. And at that time, we got a whole litany of all the reasons why we just couldn't afford to do this. And at that time, I think we were probably at the 18th or 19th death in that facility. We are now just shy of 70. The name is not the problem. In this parish, we just got a new chief public defender. We have responsibilities to make sure, first of all, a pretrial facility is not inappropriately holding people because the court system is disabled. And that is a very real problem right now. The second piece, and I have spoken to this issue over and over and over again, as we continue to not want to deal with the struggle of, we don't want to talk about forensic hospitals, but every time somebody gets a sanity commission, a mental health evaluation, and there is no place to put them, they are terrorized and victimized because they will sit in that facility every single time. This council, no matter how well-meaning, criminalizes unshelteredness, criminalizes things that don't require that, has discussions about pretending that a 17-year-old child is not a child. We are, in fact, putting them in harm's way. And I have said it as many times as I'm going to say it. We are on the national news, the international news. We are covered constantly. Not about our outstanding #1 library system, not about our outstanding #1 recreation system, not about our fine universities, but about our ability to be one of the #1 facilities with in-depth custody. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down, state your name for the record.
Jennifer
And address,
Carwile,
please.
1855 Old Carriage Lane. I am on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. I am one of the community appointees to that board. And we just heard stories from Judge Grover about how in their pretrial, in the juvenile pretrial, there's a person there for 750 days. That's pretrial. We're talking about the adult facility, and as it was said, there are people in that facility that have been there for years. And Councilman Knowles said words matter, and what we call things and what we say matters. Is this a jail? Is this a prison? In the meetings that I've been in, I have heard people say, we've got to stop referring to it as a prison. It is a jail. It is a pretrial facility. Here I'm reading East Baton Rouge Parish Jail and Correctional Facility. I don't know what that word means. So if words matter and what we call things matter and how we use them matter, I'd like some clarity on correctional facility. Kind of sounds long-term to me. If our East Baton Rouge Parish Prison is supposed to be a jail, is supposed to be a pretrial facility, we need to treat it that way, and we need to figure out what's going on in our system that we can't get people in and out in an expedient manner. I have heard people say words matter and we shouldn't call it a prison, so I appreciate that you put it on here as a jail, but I do think we need to start treating it that way. And also, if you could clarify correctional facility, I want to make sure that's not just another way of saying prison where we're going to stick people for a long time because we can't be bothered to get them in front of the courtroom. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else here wishing to speak on the item? Come on down, state your name and address for the record, please.
Laramie Griffin, 2001 South Sheriff Forest Boulevard. In 2020, when Saeed Claiborne died in the jail, there was a meeting that was held with the constable, the mayor, Councilwoman Banks, and a couple other people about changes in conditions and really attacking this thing. And since then, nothing has really changed. You really literally had over a dozen deaths plus since then. And that is #1 in the country, considering per capita, and people consider Baton Rouge a small city. That's a lot. Almost 70 deaths. I thought it was at 65. And she just said it was 70. That's way too many in a facility that is called a prison but a correctional facility, it still won't change anything because the prison is called the correctional center. So I do understand the sentiment of changing it to jail. It is very important, even to pretrial facility, but correctional facility, that's something I think needs to be let off, and I do understand why, because you can have correction during that time. But as far as me, I think more things need to be in place. Just 2.5 years ago, when the Bell Project left Baton Rouge, I don't know too many people know that, you had a large increase of people detained in this facility. It went from 900 to maybe 1,000, and now it's up to 1,800 plus people in a facility that only supposed to hold 1,200. That is way too many. If you're in a grocery store that's too crowded, you notice. If you're in a school and it's too crowded, you notice. If you're in a LSU stadium and it's full, you notice. So I really do think this needs to be rethought of, and it needs to have more community input as far as changing the name, because there are people here who have done the work for a number of years, who have tried to, reach out and make these changes. And I just think it's necessary that community has more input on these things, that as far as the decision to not even just bring it up, but also what needs to be seen on the inside out. Thank you.
Anyone else here wishing to speak on the item? We'll now go to council members. Come on, Lynn.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm just here on behalf of the sheriff. The sheriff had a medical emergency. He sent me a note. While he respects the decision for the mayor, president, and city parish, I appreciate those that have sought and considered my input, such as Councilman Darrell Hurst. I support Councilman Hurst and his initiative to change the name of the East Baton Rouge Parish to the East Baton Rouge Parish Jail and Correctional Center. In addition, if the decision is made by the city parish to change the name of their facility, I have agreed to assist with the expense by funding the alteration of the following: interior signage, stationary forms and related items, computer software and updates, transportation vehicles, decals. As always, we are committed to doing all we can to create a safe environment for correctional and rehabilitation efforts at the parish facility. Thank you, Sheriff Sid Gautreaux. So, I'm Frederick Tomlin. I'm a captain for the Scholarville substation. The prison is in my area of patrol. We do hear your concerns. I want to let y'all ever know we are listening to every concern that y'all have here tonight. We really are. But we got to help each other. The community, law enforcement, everybody got to work together. I work with a lot of people on the city council every day. So we're going to get better, people. We just got to stick together and make things work. I got a nephew right now in the correctional facility. It hurt me every day to go see him. I got to go there and see him about every 2 weeks. I got to go see my nephew. My oldest brother started off at the parish prison, went to the state prisons. It's hard. I know, I've been there. So I know everybody talking about when they talk about the facilities. But you never know how it is to be locked up. You don't. But I experienced it firsthand. But we all got to work together. So the city council is doing what they have to do. The mayor is doing what she has to do. Everybody doing what everybody has to do to make things better. Is it going to get better one day? I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will get better. But the sheriff just wanted me to be here just to let you know he is listening to this meeting. He had a medical procedure. And that's all I can do, just present a statement. And thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you, Captain Thomas. Come on down, sir.
Don't go
State
too
your name
far.
and address for the record.
Hey, good evening. My name is David Yellett. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office. As Captain Thomas just said, as he read the statement from our sheriff, Sheriff Gautreaux has agreed to pay for a portion of these costs. And my job as the Chief Financial Officer is to come up with what these costs are. And so our budgeting crew has come together with what we expect to be an estimated cost to change the name. And so that includes the signs, exterior, interior signs, the uniforms for the prisoners, inmates, those incarcerated, all the forms that are currently being used, what we call pre-printed forms that have the name of the facility on them. And then, of course, all the office type things like stamps, business cards, et cetera. The computer software that Captain Thomas mentioned, and also the decaling of the units. And so as He said the sheriff has agreed to the certain portions. Our portion would be about $46,000. We estimate the city parish's portion to be around $335,000. The bulk of that is the prisoner uniforms that would need to be changed. Again, I have backup on all that data I can share with your finance crew. So again, that is what I have on that. Thank you for your time.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. Councilmember Banks.
I'm going to be real good. Captain Thomas. On September 25th, 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
I sponsored an agenda item renaming the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison to the East Baton Rouge Parish Correctional Facility. Sheriff Gautreaux wrote a letter just like that, listing those same expenses, why he was against the change. Tell me what has changed.
I guess time just listening to listen to the citizens, I guess, ma'am. He's been talking to Councilman Hurst. So I just basically got on it about 2 weeks ago. But I can contact the sheriff for you if you like, and I'll bring him to your office. And
No, we need to do that tonight. So what we'll do is defer it.
Defer it?
So he has and then maybe he could come.
Yes, ma'am.
Because he has never come. I need Councilman Hurst. Dunn has asked him to come. I've asked him to come for years, and he does not show up.
I will get him here for you, Ms.
The other thing that the community has asked for since 2018 is that Warden Grimes be removed.
Okay.
Since the sheriff suddenly is listening to the community, will he also remove Warden Grimes? We've had a meeting with the mayor, the sheriff, and all of the members, part of the coalition. What's the name of that coalition? Coalition. Who are the members?
Let them come to the mic,
Okay,
Sean.
come up. I'm so glad 3 days before election, we getting a consensus here with the sheriff. This is good.
Oh, yeah, it's 3 days.
That we're
It'll
gonna
be here
pay,
Saturday.
That we're going to pay $300,000 for the mayor on this conservative budget, and he's going to pay 41. All right, come on, name all the members that the community been asking the sheriff to remove Warden Grimes.
Mrs. Linda Franks, whose son, Lamar.
Yeah, the groups.
You want the groups?
Yeah, if you name the groups.
Sure.
And can somebody help her?
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It is a
We all
lot.
met. It was a room full. Where what's her name? The girl.
Who are you looking for? Oh, Justice and Accountability.
Yeah.
Cherie Thomas.
Cherie Thomas.
With Justice and Accountability.
Vote was in there.
Promise of Justice Initiative. I cannot speak for Voice of the Experience, so they can speak for themselves. They are here.
Do you remember the names? I forgot. It's about 10 of them, though.
I am trying to remember.
I
It's
understand.
been a long week.
Anyway,
Yeah.
you got my point.
Yes.
All right. So now that we have the ear of our sheriff, who most certainly probably will be elected, if I may make a motion to defer it for 2 weeks, you think his procedure, he'll be all healed and well?
He should, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to make a motion that we defer this item for 2 weeks because this is the exact same. You want to get rid of it? I don't know. Renaming the exact copycat agenda.
Okay.
From 2019. Wow. So, this doesn't look good. But anyway, it's what we've been going through for a long time. So those are the two things. I'll add my agenda item as well. And if we could take it as a companion item, because it has been, this didn't just show up. We have met, begged, plead to know, but we got his ear now, and that's just wonderful.
Well, we'll try to make the thing better for you, ma'am.
All right.
I'll be here 2 weeks. I'll have the sheriff here with me.
So, in honor of and out of respect for Councilman Hurst, would you prefer to defer this very same item on September 25th, 19 that I put, and the sheriff listed those same things that will cause this community $300,000 while people are dying of hypothermia, when they're dying of a heat stroke with 3-digit degree weather, and we want to give $300 and give them new red uniform, new orange uniform, that's all the chief gonna play. And then when they die and be sick in parish prison, and he sends them to the hospital, he says they didn't die in parish prison, they died at the hospital, neglecting the medical neglect and the care that they received as a result of the conditions in Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Would you, Councilman, like to defer or delete this item?
I will not.
Which one? I just asked you which one.
Neither.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to make a motion that we delete this item.
Motion to delete. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Councilmember Coleman. We go now to Councilmember Dunn.
Thank you. Let me first say I think Councilman Hurst's heart is in the right place, and have heard the voices of many people who don't like the name of the facility being a prison and changing it to a jail. Jennifer brought up some good points about the extended language of correctional facility being unclear. I think that needs to be discussed, but my overall opinion on the matter is, with this proposed $400,000, I'd like to see that not spent in changing the name of signs and things of that nature, but spent into healthcare for the inmates, spent into facility improvements, or spent into programming. I wouldn't like to see that type of money spent in changing signage. I think somebody else made the point, we need to get rid of the facility. It's old, it's outdated. Right. It not only put the inmates at risk, but it also put the staff at risk from a health care standpoint, from a safety standpoint. I'd like to see it moved away from the airport for obvious reasons. We can repurpose that land and develop that land for some mixed use and move this facility up to north to the Jetson site. Many of us have talked about working on a plan collectively across party lines to raise money to build a new facility. Many of us have discussed that, not only us on this council, but other stakeholders as well. I think that's where the conversation needs to go about replacing the facility, improving the facility, getting a total new facility, not spending $400,000 on changing signage. That doesn't change outcomes for the people who utilize this facility. Fred, I want to thank you. You have been a great partner and stakeholder interfacing with us on many issues. I can't say the same for your boss. Okay. I do think it's ironic that you even he sent a letter this time. I wonder if that's close, because it's close to election time.
I don't know.
Many conversations with Sid about these issues, about being a stakeholder in this community who utilizes tax dollars, coming here, interfacing with us, asking questions, answering questions, being a part of the process, but he has routinely refused to do that. And in my mind, that's offensive to not only us in this body, but also to the taxpayers. We have no jurisdiction or no authority over him. You guys are funded totally separate from us. However, you do utilize taxpayer dollars, and he should be at the table having this conversation, not you. My question will be, on Saturday night, will this procedure be over with and done? And will he be out, shaking hands, kissing babies, and celebrating his re-election?
Well, I'm going to make an agreement to you, Mr. Dunn. I'm going to start attending these meetings. So any question?
You're not the sheriff.
I know I'm not the sheriff. I know, but I want to make sure we have, communication to the sheriff. But I'm going to make sure the sheriff can be here in 2 weeks.
You do that already. The people don't elect you. The people elect him.
Well, that's something I got to bring up to the sheriff, sir. Okay. I'll make sure I'll tell him myself.
We need
because the people need to see the sheriff. You're right.
Okay.
And we'll make that happen.
Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you. I have questions for Councilman Hurst. He and I had a great discussion about this, and I appreciate the collaborative spirit that he's had in this. I'm one of those folks that's always worried about the cost. So, Councilman Hurst, in our conversations, you've talked about the major expense here is the uniforms, and I think what you've worked out with the sheriff is that the uniforms will be phased in as they're naturally going to be replaced anyway, right? So this $300,000 that we're seeing for uniforms is not a cost. It's my understanding from our conversation, it's not a cost that we will see as a budget supplement or as a as an immediate change. Those dollars will be spent one way or another, right?
Yeah, I won't say what won't happen, but what I will say is what we spoke about with the Sheriff's Department, with Warden Grimes, with the finance, and with Mary Ingleson, the legal counsel for the Sheriff's Department, is that it's a natural cycle of changing out the uniforms anyway, right? Just as DPW uniforms get swapped out because you get holes in them, or police uniforms get swapped out, it's the same cycle. So as uniforms get old and have wear and tear, they will be cycled out with new uniforms that have the new name on there. So it doesn't have to be done immediately. What will be done immediately are the decals on the vehicle, the signage on the building, which at the end of the day are minimal costs.
Gotcha. And then I want to ask briefly, this is not something we've talked about, but the name that you have here is East Baton Rouge Parish Jail and Correctional Facility. Walk me through the idea behind jail and correctional facility.
Well, I sent y'all an email to explain the legal terms of what you sit down. Thank you. What the legal terms of these are. So number one, correctional facility is an umbrella term that is used to cover juvenile facilities, cover adult facilities, both short and long term, jails and prisons, detention facilities. It's just an umbrella term. Okay? I told the sheriff, I said, hey, I want a jail, right? I said, because we need to clearly define what this is. The definition of a jail is a pre-trial facility in most cases, but if it's a post-trial facility, it's for sentences less than 1 year. And out of the 1,300 people that are currently in East Baton Rouge Parish Prison, only 100 have been convicted and are under DOC management. So, a prison is for a year or longer, but it also has legal implications that require additional medical, other things that could put the city of Baton Rouge in liability for the name because DOC manages prisons, local municipalities manage jails. The sheriff said, hey, we're doing two things here. He says, I support the task force and I want to fight for a new facility as well. We had a discussion about it being removed from the airport's property. So, with that being said, why would we create a new facility and keep an old name? So these two really go hand in hand. When you talk about, it's like putting, if you go to the Bible, trying to look up this scripture, it's about putting new wine in old wineskins. Why would we do that?
Well,
why would we do that? So we're putting...
You've answered my question.
But that ultimately, that is the answer to it, is that they go hand in hand. So correctional facility is an umbrella term, and what the sheriff wanted on there is that when we put a new facility in place, if we're going to change the name, he wanted to ensure that correction was a part of it, because long term, that's what we want to do. The same thing Gail Grover came in and said the other day, is to add the correction component to it, where we have vocational and other things in these facilities, so this will be no different. That's why that's why the sheriff asked for that particular part.
I appreciate that.
Jail is me, correctional facility is him. We just put it together. There's no point arguing about it.
Thank you, sir. I do want to just recognize what the community has said here tonight. Look, I think I'm never going to try to speak for the council, but I will tell you, in my conversations with my colleagues, we all recognize that there absolutely does have to be improvements to the facility. And yes, we do need a new facility. We need to do that for the people who find themselves there, for the people that are working there, and for our community as a whole in order to keep the larger community safe. So I think this is all part of an effort to end up in that space. Thank you.
Councilman Hurst.
So here's my deal. Slavery ended, but there were people who tried several years before who are in our history books that didn't achieve that task. And you shouldn't have ever stopped trying to end slavery, which it did, right? All of us wouldn't be sitting here. Desegregation. We can go on and on and on. So just because it didn't happen in 2019, and let me be clear, there was never an item in 2019 to be voted on. It was only a discussion that was asked to be brought forth, sent to Councilwoman Banks by Judge Don Johnson. I have all the emails associated with it in my email where he sent me and he asked Councilwoman Banks, I'll put my email on the screen if you need me to, where he asked her to be a part of it. So, and the name was correctional facility. So the same person who doesn't want it now is the same person that suggested correctional facility in 2019. Now, there is a task force that's being put together to make sure that we do have a better facility. I had the opportunity to walk it. I was ashamed that I was a council member and that facility was there, and that was something that I was elected to govern, because even though it's in District 2, it represents every child, loved one that's ever been there. My younger sister spent time in there. I mean, so y'all think that it's just y'all? It ain't just y'all, it's me too. I have family members in there. I have gone and visited people in there on a regular basis since I've been a council member. Because of flooding, certain places you can touch the cinder block wall and it collapses. You can pull the wires off the ceiling. There's rust on the door that they're making shanks out of, and you wonder why the deaths are happening. So listen, I did listen to y'all. I did hear you. I hear every time somebody comes to this mic and talks about the poor state of the facility. A task force is to get public input, to get the business community input that has to create the funding options for it, but also to get the city parish input. Number two, the sheriff is not responsible for the facility. He is not responsible for the clothes. We are, as a city parish, responsible for that. From our department, the mayor's office, we're responsible for building a facility and maintaining it. The sheriff is responsible for operating it. So I am coming here as the body, as the city council, to put an opportunity there for a new facility, but also as we move forward to make sure that it has a name that accurately depicts what's going on inside. And number two, keeps the city out of litigation from not being met with what the prison requirements are from DOC. So when you say I'm not listening to you, we are listening to you 100%. Nothing has been done with the task force. I didn't try to put a whole jail together and say, hey, no community input, right? So there will be citizens that sit on this task force that represent multiple bodies. Will it have 25 people? No. But I'm going to make sure as a leader of this task force that we sit in these same seats, that you have the same opportunity to speak to the task force and give input so that your voice can continue to be heard as we bring about plans no different than redistricting or anything else. So we do value you. I do have loved ones that have gone in that facility. So, and here's the deal. You know, when we looked at Liberty High School, they changed the name from Robert E. Lee. Okay? They changed the name from Robert E. Lee because the history that supported Robert E. Lee did not add value to what we're trying to do as a city parish and the way that we want to make a path forward. Using the word prison for a pretrial facility does the exact same thing that Robert E. Lee did, sitting on a building, and the other names that are sitting on LSU buildings and the statues in New Orleans that have been removed. So what I'm doing now is trying to put together something that gives you a voice, that allows to have an accurate depiction. I'm trying to actually move forward the agenda item that Councilwoman Banks put on there in 2019. If she wants a correctional facility, it's on there. I want jail. So what we're doing is the same thing that the sheriff and I were doing, is combining our voices to say, I want jail, she wants correctional facility, based on the legal descriptions of what they are. And when I say I, it's based on the legal descriptions that were provided by us from the parish attorney's office to allow us to understand what each facility does. And a jail is managed by the local municipality. So we're changing prison to jail. She wanted correctional facility, which is an umbrella term, but also talks about positive change by people in there. I want to bring things, just my personal opinion, like VOTEC, BRCC. So as they are incarcerated, they can leave and continue their education. So it's bigger than what you think. We do hear you, and that's why we're making this decision today.
Councilmember Banks.
Dee and Linda. Have any actions ever been brought against the city or the sheriff department because of the name?
I can answer that question, but there's none that's been there since I've been there that I can remember. But I can't talk to you about before I took off.
Greg Rome has been here longer, right?
No, he has not.
Okay.
Well, maybe by a couple of years, but he may be answering.
I know he deals with litigation. That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 years ago. That's a lot.
But I know every case that comes through this building, so not since I've been here.
Yeah.
And no causes of action.
Okay, that's what, so you've been here how long, Andy?
4, going on, I think 5 years, if
And
I'm not
you've been,
mistaken.
and you were here 2 years early, so that's
He's
7
with
years?
our office longer than that.
No,
I've been
I'm
here
talking about
8 years in
litigation.
litigation.
So about 3 years before me.
Okay, so we're talking about, that's 8 years, and I've been on council 10. So in 8 years, there has been no action brought against the city or state because of the name? The city or
Not
the
because of the
sheriff?
name, no.
Okay, so that wipes that off, okay? Is there anyone here, Captain Thomas? Or the warden, either one? Does the Department of Correction in any way manage your operations?
Man, I have no idea. You have to ask the warden.
Warden Grimes. Does the Louisiana Department of Public Safety and Corrections manage in any way your facility?
Yes, they do.
Tell me how.
Because of the fact that we have DLC inmates that are inside of that prison, DLC takes us through the basic jail guidelines that we go through once a year.
So is that, how many would you say you have, say right now?
How many what?
DLC.
Probably about 60.
And are they transient? Or they stay there?
They're not transit. They're staying there.
So they're actually assigned there. They're like the judge says, this is where you're going to be.
Actually, they are sentenced to Department of Corrections.
Okay.
And because they're sentenced to Department of Correction, they're in a program that we have. They're called our reentry program that is actually being paid for by the Department of Correction.
Okay.
And so we keep about 60 to 70 inmates there at one time that are DOC inmates.
And they stay on an average of what time frame?
Depends on what their time is, what they're sentenced to. Our reentry program that we have now keeps them there if they're 6 years and below. They qualify to be in that reentry program.
So there are some that stay there 6 years?
They're not there 6 years. They have 6-year sentences.
Okay.
So they're staying there till they complete the program. The program is a 6 weeks to a 90-day program.
So they're only there 6 to 90 days?
Some of them are. There are some that stay longer, that have short term. They're there longer. Those are the ones that we use as the trustees that you see walking around in the blue uniforms.
Yeah.
Because they're short terms.
I'm trying to keep up with you. So my initial question, you said they are there for the reentry program. And then you said that the program is 6 weeks to 90 days. So that's where I got from there. But then as a trainee, is that an extension to the reentry, or is it? You see what I'm asking?
That is a part of the reentry.
I know, but is that an extension? Because you told me it's up to a 90-day program. So once they finish that 90-day program, is that like a graduation gift that they become a trustee, or how does that work?
They are already trustees.
Okay, so they're trustees from the 6 weeks?
They are trustees while they're there because they're DOC inmates.
Okay.
There is a 6 weeks to a 90-day program. It depends on what that individual needs.
So based on this question, so are the 90-day, so when they become, you said that they're trustees because they're DOC, so are the DOC inmates all also trustees?
Not all of them.
Okay, so I'm just...
The ones are in that there is a difference between what's at that jail. You have 2 different grades of inmates that are at that prison. You have your pretrial inmates there, and you have your DOC inmates that are there.
Right.
Those inmates that are DOC are the inmates that are already been sentenced.
Okay.
Your pretrial inmates are the inmates that have not been sentenced, and there are more pretrial than there are DOC inmates that are there.
Okay.
Every local jail will have DOC inmates
That's
in
what I
it because
thought.
the majority of the DOC inmates are in local jails because there's no room in the state facilities. So
Okay.
you have more
Yes.
inmates every year that are discharging, that are DOCs,
Yeah.
that are discharging out of local jails.
So if you all change the name with the DOC, does that help or hurt, or doesn't in any way impact that, because as you indicated, all local, which when I did my research, I did find that out. Also, when I called West Baton Rouge, they all say that they all have a population, but does that have any impact on whether or not DOC will send an inmate to you?
Actually, the inmates that are sent to us from DOC are inmates that are going to that program.
Right.
The inmates that are ours that turn DOC, because we have inmates turn DOC every day.
I got that, but I'm trying. The item we're talking about today, and what the councilman, I don't know if he's saying the sheriff said this, is that but if we don't change the name, then you're going to get some kind of hit from DOC. I'm just saying, what is the impact? I'm trying to connect the DOC issue with the name change. That's what I'm trying to do.
I just think the whole purpose of the name change, as far as adding a jail to a correction facility, is basically based on the two individual inmates that you have there.
Right.
One is that you have a pretrial group of inmates there that are considered to be those ones that are coming there that are going to go to court and they're going to be gone.
We do that because my time is in. But I was trying to figure out, with all the issues that we have inside the prison, do you see that the culture changes with the name? That's a yes or no, not a statement.
No.
Okay. The other question I have is, first of all, do you think the name in 2019, when it was brought up, did you think that was a need for the name as it relates to the cost? Because the reason why, and I agree now too, that the name, that we shouldn't put $300,000 in a name when we don't have air condition in the summer and we don't have heat in the winter, and that is a lot of reason that we don't have enough staff, based on what they're saying, to properly make sure that they have the medical, they're able to check each inmate, say for COVID. We're told that you all don't have enough people and manpower or medical staff to bring everybody to check them for COVID, to check them for STDs. So when I see $300,000, I see us hiring more officers, more deputies to man. We're told that there are not enough to cover every one of the wings. They were told that women don't have, as you and I have talked about, sanitary supplies often enough. So when I see $300,000, and I know that people are dying every day, I just want to know, do you think it's a good idea to spend it on bricks and mortars for a prison that we hope get grazed down like we want the Brave Cave and moved? Or do you support $300,000 being spent on a name?
That's 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what my question. You understand the question? I just want to make sure you won't go all over.
So you want me to answer it?
Huh?
You want me to answer it?
Yeah, I just want you to answer just my question, not the statement.
Warden Grimes, you can answer her question, but that's her time. Go ahead.
Okay. So I would say that ultimately, the building itself, all the things that you talked about, is actually the city parish's responsibility. So those things should be directed to the city parish. We have no opposition to whether the name change has no effect to us whatsoever. We're not in opposition to it, but all of those things, and I would definitely say that the majority of the things that you said are not even true. But as far as the rest of it, that's the city's parish responsibility. And
Councilmember Dunn. Councilmember Dunn.
Is there anything else? I'm sorry.
I don't need you, Warren. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to call for the question.
Call for the question. There's a motion on the floor. There's a motion to delete by Ms. Banks and a second by Ms. Coleman. Councilmember Hudson, there's been a call for the question. Is there any other objections to the deletion? You called for the question, so per the rules of the plan of government, if we stayed on the item longer than 30 minutes and someone calls for the question, we can vote on it.
Point of order, Ashley, can you give it a
You can
clarity on
call
that?
for, there can be a motion to call the question, which ends debate on the item. So you have to actually vote on whether you want to end debate on the item.
Right. Okay. I would object to ending debate.
So, please, you still
Two
want to make a
objections.
motion? Motion to call?
Still want to make the motion. We vote on
Motion
the
to call
machine.
for the question.
Is there a second?
Second by the chair. We can vote on the machine.
What is this for?
To end it-
Call the question, end debate on the
End
item.
of debate.
The machines are open. Vote yes if you want to end debate on the item. Motion fails.
Councilmember,
No,
that wasn't the vote
that
to
was,
delete.
yeah, that was not the vote on the item.
Councilmember, Hudson.
Warden Grimes, I do just have a quick question for you. If y'all would get, is he out there still? All right, well, then I'll call for the question.
Councilman Hurst.
Hey, so I want to make sure that y'all know again, just to reiterate, that I do hear you. I do understand, and it's a reason why I've been so passionate about. I've had several conversations with the mayor after I left the facility because we are responsible for it as a city parish. And she stated that she has some things in motion. And I've gone to the facility, I've talked to the sheriff, I've talked to the warden, I've talked to other deputies about the issues that are going on there. I've seen a lot of it myself. This summer when the air conditioners were out, I am going to take up for Joe Butler because I did have a call from deputies about the air conditioning and it being out. He said, man, it is hot as Hades in there. And I have called all around the country trying to find air conditioning parts to get them, number one, and number two, to even get temporary units to put in there. So he didn't just say no to the local people and say that we don't have it here. He ended up finding those things and bringing them there. Took a little bit longer than anybody would have wanted, especially if I had a loved one in there or if I didn't. But he was able to get it done. So I will take up, because I did call him about that and question him, why is it the air out in the middle of the summer in Louisiana? He explained emphatically that I am doing everything that I can to get it done. I said, well, man, if you don't get it done, it's going to be a problem, not just for us, the city council, but for us, the city parish and the administration as well. He said, I assure you I'm doing everything that I can do, and I'll keep you up to date, which he did. And then when it was resolved, he reached out to me as well. So the mayor knows we need a new facility. The buildings and ground person know that we need a new facility. The warden says we need a new facility. The sheriff says we need a new facility. The council says we need a new facility for the ones that have been there. Everyone agrees on the name change, including Councilwoman Banks. Had I not introduced it, she would have agreed on it. So my point in saying that is that everything that you guys are asking for, to not let it be called the prison, to put a task force together to make it a new facility, is what you're getting tonight. We're not making the decisions about what the facility will be like. We're not using $300,000 of taxpayer dollars. Immediately, we're going to phase them in as we do anything else in city parish when it comes to uniforms. So I don't understand the objection outside of me being the one putting it up for a vote on today. That's the only issue, is that it didn't get passed in 2019, and today I hope that it gets passed with the support of the sheriff, the support of the mayor, the support of the business community, the support of the 19 JDC, Don Johnson, who's trying to do way more pretrial, the support of BRCC in engaging and bringing resources inside the facility, the support of juvenile judge Gail Grover, the support of the detention manager, the support of the public. Because everything that y'all said you don't want today is the same thing that we're doing on as a part of this ordinance as well as the task force. So other than just saying you don't have input, you did. You come to the mic all the time and talk about the facility and that we need to put something together to do it. The task force is what does that. We're not making any decisions without your input, but without a task force, nothing gets done. If it's not a prison, then what do we call it? A jail? Or do we leave it as a prison because we didn't ask you what you wanted to do? We use legal definitions, which tells us what to do by law. And if Courtney is here, is Courtney still here? She's gone. All right, so the bottom line is these are legal definitions that define what we can call it based on what it is and based on who governs it. And changing it from a prison to a jail is what we did based on the recommendation of the parish attorney in terms of legal terms, not them naming it, and also from the sheriff of wanting to do more correction and just not be a place to hold people. Those are the two things that happened. Thank you.
She gave me directives, Councilman, if you have questions about it.
Okay, and I will ask for a motion to approve as a substitute motion. Thank you.
We're going to vote on the substitute motion. There's a motion to approve. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second for the motion to approve? Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hudson. Go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to anything that you wanted us to talk about.
Just talk about the legal terms of the differences and why this was chosen.
I'll just tell you this, and I listened to what everybody was saying tonight, and so I think this suffices to say the reason why, as we've reiterated several times tonight, that it wants to refer to as jail, is that jails are short-term facilities that hold inmates awaiting trial, as the warden said, or sentencing, or both. So that's why the moniker is for this prison, because that's what 90-something% of the people are there for, as the warden stated. Are there for pre-sentencing or pre-trial. Second thing is, the reason why there's a correctional center aspect of it to it is because the services and programs that the sheriff's office provides are generally offered by a correctional facility. We talked about the reentry program and some of the other programs they have at the parish prison, which is why that moniker can be added to the East Baton Rouge Parish, so they can be called East Baton Rouge Parish Jail and Correctional Facility. Leaving it as a prison, or that moniker when it's not a prison, because prisons are long-term facilities which hold persons for longer than a year, as we stated, and provide long-term living provisions, right? And so leaving the East Baton Rouge Parish facility with that moniker is requiring it to be held to a higher standard. So if you are calling yourself a prison, which is a facility which has a higher standard because it has or is known to have long-term facilities, it's going to be required to have higher degrees of things that need to be done and need to be checked off. And so by changing the name back to a jail and correctional facility, it takes some of that and some of those requirements off. And that's the reason why Councilman Hurst had us research it.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson. We're going to vote on the substitute motion to approve. We're going to vote on the substitute motion to approve.
Machines are open on the substitute motion to approve. Motion fails.
Motion fails. We're going to vote on the original motion to delete the item. Vote on the original motion to delete the item.
Machines are open on the motion to delete. Motion carries.
Item has been deleted. We now go to item 100. Receiving an up-to-date report from the Baton Rouge Chief of Police Murphy Paul and Mayor President Sharon Reston Broom regarding the allegations surrounding the Brave Cave by Councilmember Dunn. The reasons for emergency is in order to receive up-to-date information and continue the discussion on this matter. In accordance with Ordinance 16442, this item must be declared an emergency by 2/3 votes of the Metropolitan Council. Is there a motion to declare the item an emergency? So moved by Councilmember Dunn, seconded by the chair. Any objection to declaring this item an emergency? We have an objection to declaring this item an emergency. Anybody else object to declaring the item an emergency? There's 2 objections to declaring the item an emergency. We're going to vote on the machines.
Machines are open on declaring the item an emergency. Vote yes if you want to declare the item an emergency. This is item 100. Motion fails. The item cannot be
Motion
heard.
fails, has not been declared an emergency. We go now to item 99, receiving a report from the Parish Attorney's Office and the Office of the Mayor President of the ability to use public funds to address and remediate private property damage that results from actions of law enforcement officers in executing warrants, including damage caused by private property as a result of the Brave Cave related arrests or detentions by Councilmember Dunn. Reason for emergency in order to continue discussion and reach a resolution on this matter. In accordance with Ordinance 16442, this item must be declared an emergency by 2/3 votes of the Metropolitan Council. Is there a motion to declare this item an emergency? So moved by Councilmember Dunn, seconded by the chair. Are there any objections to declaring this item an emergency? We have one objection. Are there any other objections to declaring the item an emergency? Two objections. We're going to vote on the machines.
Machines are open on the motion to declare item 99 an emergency. Oh.
Motion
fails. Item cannot be heard.
Item cannot be heard. We go to item 97, requesting a report.
I'm sorry? You can't, did you want to vote yes?
Talking about just in general for moving forward.
Oh. You got it?
All right.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Councilmember Coleman, please make a motion, the chair will make a motion to reconsider items 57, 65, and 58, which are condemnation items. Reconsider 57, 65, and 58. Motion by the chair, seconded by Councilmember Banks. Any objections? Now, item 57, what's your pleasure, Mr. Knoll? 90 days. Anyone here wishing to speak on item 57? 90 days on 57. What is your pleasure on item 58? Councilmember Banks? 90 days and 90 on 65. So item 57, 65, and 58 have been deferred for 90 days. Motion to approve by Councilmember Knoll, seconded by Councilmember Banks. Are there any objections? Items 57, 65, and 58, all three have been deferred for 90 days. Council members, there is a motion to delete item 103, authorizing the mayor president to enter into and execute a subrecipient agreement between the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge, and Kimball Properties Fund 1 LLC to address the facade and code violation repairs impacting commercial and industrial property in the sum of $269,227.73, and authorizing the execution of all documents in connection therewith by the mayor's office. As a chair, I'd like to make a motion to delete. Is there anyone here wishing to, is there a second for the motion to delete? Second by Councilmember Knoll. Any objections? Item 103 has been deleted. Council members, we're going to look at item 90, council members, we'll go down to change orders very quickly. We go to change orders very quickly. Item 90, EMS.
Yeah, we know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much, Marley. Thank you so much. I live to make you happy, Marley. Yes, indeed. Item 90, EMS Castile Station renovations. Contractor Terry Honorary Construction Company Incorporated. Change order amount $18,748. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on item 90? Anyone wishing to speak on item 90? We now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve item 90? So moved by Councilmember Coleman, seconded by the chair. Any objections? Item 90 passes. We go to item 91, sales tax street and road rehabilitation program project 18-3, streets in the Lee Stanford Perkins area. Contractor Barrier Construction LLC. Change order amount is $26,417.40, which is a credit. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve? So moved by Councilmember Knoll, seconded by Councilmember Coleman. Item 91 has been approved. We go to item 92, Cheneyville Community Center WWT replacement contractor NCMC LLC. Final cost $327,000. Is anyone here wishing to speak on item 92? We now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve item 92? So moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Hurst. Any objections? Item 92 has been approved. Item 93, sales tax and street road rehabilitation program project 18-3, streets in Lee Stanford Perkins area. Contractor Barrier Construction LLC. Final cost $2,806,097.80. Is anyone here wishing to speak on item 93? We now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve item 93? So moved by Councilmember Amoroso, seconded by Councilmember Hurst. Any objections? Item 93 has been approved. Item 94, landscaping, arborists, and flower beds in East Baton Rouge Parish Libraries. Corporate Green LLC doing business at Green Seasons, $78,210.09. Anyone here wishing to speak on item 94? We now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve item 94? So moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Hurst. Item 94 has been approved. Item 95, receiving a report. There's a motion to defer this item, a request to defer to November 8th. Receiving a report from the St. George Fire Protection District on the medical and safety training offered to schools and the community by Councilmember Amorosa. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? Motion to defer by Councilmember Amorosa till November 8th. Yeah. Second by the chair. Any objections? Item 95 has been deferred. Item 96, there is a request to defer this item for 2 weeks, receiving a third quarter of 2023 report from the Department of Environmental Services for performance for garbage, trash, bulky item, woody waste, and recycle pickup by Councilmember Hudson. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We now go to council members. Motion to defer for 2 weeks by Councilmember Hudson, seconded by Councilmember Adams. Item 96 has been deferred for 2 weeks. Let's go to item 101, authorizing the mayor president to enter into and execute a subrecipient agreement between the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge, Fund 1 LP LLC to address the facade and code violation repairs impacting commercial and industrial property in the sum of $269,227.73 and authorizing the execution of all document in connection therewith by the mayor's office. The reason this item is for an emergency document previously submitted to the council by OCD was updated, and there is a sense of urgency to support the historic tax credit initiative by the contractor. In accordance with Ordinance 16442, this item must be declared an emergency by 2/3 vote of the Metropolitan Council. Motion declared an item emergency. Is there a motion? So moved by Councilmember Coleman, seconded by the chair. Any objections? Anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We now go to council members. Is there a motion to approve the item? Go ahead. Councilmember Hudson.
Marley, are you the point person for this one? So just a quick question. I've seen this item. I feel like I've seen it come on and off our agenda a couple times. So my question is real simple. Just with what degree of certainty are we sure that this item is completely compliant with all CDBG requirements?
Yes. So we are certain. The reason it's come on and off is actually because of the state historic tax credits. The developer has been working with their attorney to understand which LLC it needed to be under. So while the agreement's not changed, the only change that has been is with the name of who, and they've gone back and forth on it, but they've confirmed it with the state. This is the name that it needs to be under to not reduce the state resources they can bring to the project, which is, of course, always good.
There's no likelihood that we'll get a letter from the federal government one day telling us that we've got to pay this money back, right?
Well, of course, I can never make commitments about things in the future, but it will have nothing to do with the reasons around the name. That won't possibly be an issue. But to the best of my knowledge, council member, no, that won't be the case
All right,
here.
thank you.
Of course. Yes, sir.
Motion to approve. Is there motion to approve by Councilmember Coleman, seconded by Councilmember Adams. Item 101 has been approved. There's a request to delete item 102, authorizing the mayor president on behalf of the mayor's office of community development to authorize execution of contract with the Metro City Development Coalition to complete renovations for 23 Blanche Court home rehabilitations for the total amount not to exceed $350,000 by mayor's office. Reason for emergency funding for this project is impacted by the commencement date. Is there a motion? Anyone here wishing to speak on the item? We will now entertain a motion to delete the item. Is there a motion to delete? So moved by Councilmember Amoroso, seconded by Councilmember Adams. Any objection? Item 102 has been deleted. Item 97, requesting a report from the parish attorney's office and the planning department on the group homes in the parish, the purpose of the group homes, the number of the group homes in each district, the process for establishing group home, and the ordinance, state statutes, federal laws, and jurisprudence pertaining to group homes by Councilmember Lori Adams. Councilmember Adams.
Let me turn this over to Paolo and Gil.
So thank y'all. What we've done is we've prepared a report. We've got a nice little presentation that Gil put together. And basically what we want to do is kind of just give you a little brief synopsis of how we ended up with group homes, where we are now, the processes. We've got some other slides that'll show you where primarily the group homes are located, and then some of the processes by which we have now, and some of the steps that we're going to take to kind of change some of the processes that we have in place. So if you go to the first slide, that's just basically the Fair Housing Act of 1968. I think it may be the second slide, actually. The Fair Housing Act of 1968 established what municipalities and other local governments can do as far as land use, zoning, and excluding who could be discriminated against and not, essentially. There were further amendments to the Fair Housing Act that came into play in 1988, which added further protection for individuals with disability, which essentially leads us to the American with Disabilities Act, which defined what a person with disabilities is or is not. Okay? And there's an important distinction between when somebody is considered disabled and when they are considered a protective class. And the protective class is really essentially what we're talking about. The group homes definition in the UDC is up there. And this came about after the Oxford House case, which was Oxford House versus the city of Baton Rouge. We lost that case. The city of Baton Rouge lost that case, and it required us to change the name and we came up with this definition through the guidance of the court. And basically, it's a residential facility that provides room and board and may include habilitation services and supervision in a family setting for a disability, which the disability is then defined by the Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disability Act. Such uses are permitted in all residential zones where they are not permitted as of right, notwithstanding any zoning requirements inconsistent therewith. So we have by right in the Baton Rouge, there are zones that will allow by right group homes, and those are
going to be your multifamily districts and your commercial districts.
So basically what it comes down to is A1 zoning, which is the primary concern for most of the residents in Baton Rouge, most of y'all as well. So how we ended up to where we are now stems from a case, Oxford House versus the city of Baton Rouge. In that, Oxford House is a large corporation, and they sued the city saying that we violated the Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disability Act. And specifically stating that individuals that were recovering alcoholics and drug addicts were not allowed to live in A1 zoning under group homes. The court ruled that the city of Baton Rouge did not have the proper processes in place to afford people